Share your driver's name, photo, license plate, and location with a friend or family member. Be kind and respectful. Please respect fellow passengers and your driver and their car. As for drivers, here are the standard procedures required.
After a rider books a ride, you drive immediately to the location. And then until you get to the location, you don't click arrive, which most drivers, that is where they have their own faults too. So immediately they pick your ride, they click arrive. And normally, the app owners have given 5 minutes of grace. The moment you get to a place, after 5 minutes, the person doesn't come out. It will start charging the person a certain amount of money. So, but by the time you click arrive, when getting to the location will take you 9 minutes, and you have clicked arrive. So 4 minutes into his own time, you have started charging him, and you have not even at the location yet. Now, that is actually not good, which I hardly do. The only time I do it is when I'm booked in an estate and I get to the gate and they say call the person to come out. Immediately before I call the person, I click arrive because that's the estate. So having to navigate my way through that is own cup of tea. When I click arrive, then the person has 5 minutes before he will start being charged by the app. So after 5 minutes that I've clicked arrive, the person will start being charged. Then once the person gets in and will click start, then I'll ask the person, can we move? He say yes. Then I'll click starting up of the trip. So once I click on that, the trip starts. Then we continue moving.
To see only to save us from pain.
My name is Banke Mishidolawal. I'm a makeup artist and I started doing makeup because it was the next thing to do.
Our common sense to find we're struggling.
Today I'm going to do the makeup for a bride. I'm going to take you through the process from wearing of the coral beads to the ashoke, and I'm also going to tie her gele. The gele is a head wrap. It's a traditional head wrap worn by women in Nigeria for during occasions or ceremonies. I understand the emotions a bride goes through on her special day. I've worked years in the wedding industry, and I know that everything culminates into today, the engagement day. My job is to present, is to pack all those emotions and present the bride in a fantastic way. She's coming out. She wants to come out beautiful, but I also want the groom to recognize her. I don't want her parents to think, oh wow, what's this masquerade alighting? From the mix of my eyeshadows to the way that I press pigment onto the lids and apply the lipstick or lip gloss or the blusher, everything is a process that I'm very passionate about. Working on a bride on her engagement day, I think I'm drawn to it. I'm very passionate about it. I love it. From the way I do my eyebrows, from the way I apply my foundation, I prime the skin. I want to make sure that the foundation is brown and it matches the neck and it doesn't wear off. It lasts long. The bride is not concerned about mopping her brows during the ceremony and wiping off everything. So in as much as the makeup is going to look beautiful, it has to be long lasting. Those are some of the secrets of my makeup artistry. I do makeup that stays on and on and on, and even though the bride will sweat, because of course it's humid in Nigeria, the makeup still looks fantastic 10 hours later. The BM Pro Signature Gele is the fan style. I think it flatters many many face shapes. It slims the face. It gives you a little lift if need be. It's known to sometimes be too tight, but I believe that's the cross you have to bear for looking.
Lecturers abandoning universities leave VCs, lecturers, others worried. Federal government unveils plans to unbundle TCN into two entities. There'll also be Off the Press, where we'll be looking at the headlines that made it to the front pages of some of our national dailies. A very good morning to you, and thanks for joining us on The Breakfast this morning. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Today is the 13th of December 2023. Okay, yesterday was 12/12. Today is 13/12. So we're hoping that it's going to be a wonderful day for you and all of us here on Plus TV Africa. It's a wonderful day. It's about 12 days to Christmas. So if you've been singing the song, the 12th day of Christmas and all that, you start singing it today. And let's see what happens from now till then. We hope that this season brings you good luck. This season brings you fulfillment. This season brings you love, especially because that's the reason for the season. And we're wishing you all that and more. Okay, so we're taking the top trending immediately, and the top trending are always issues that caught our fancy, caught our attention in the course of the last 24 hours. So the first one here is Tinubu writes Senate seeks confirmation of 19 NPC commissioners. The Senate on Tuesday announced President Bola Tinubu's request seeking the confirmation of the nomination of 19 commissioners of the National Population Commission, NPC. The appointees are Emmanuel Eke from Abia State, Clifford Zira, Adamawa, Chidi Ezoke, Anambra, Issa Buratai, Borno, Alex Ukam, Cross River State, Blessing Brume Ataguba, Delta, Jeremiah Nwakwegu, Ebonyi, Tony Ayejeni, Edo, Ejike Eze, Enugu, Abubakar Damburam, Gombe, Uba Nabwe, Imo, Dogon Garba, Kaduna, Aminu Sayawa, Kanu, Yori Afolabi, Kogi, Olakunle Zobokola, Ogun, Temitayo Oluwatuyi, Ondo, Mary Afan, Plateau, Ogiri Henry, Rivers, and Sani Saleh, Taraba. The president also asked the Red Chamber to confirm the nomination of Bashir Indabawa, Northwest, Enorese Amadasu, South-South, and Babajide Fashino, Southwest, as NPC commissioners. The Senate, led by Senator Godswill Akpabio, referred the nomination to the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, to report back in 2 weeks. Meanwhile, the Senate approved the nomination of Ambassador Desmond Akawo as Commissioner representing Rivers State in the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission, RMAFC. The appointment followed the recent passing of the immediate past RMAFC Federal Commissioner from Rivers State, Asondu Temple. We wish them luck, and we hope that the National Population Commission will live up to its billing and ensure that we get a head count at least every 10 years, as the case may be, so that we can have good data to plan with, because we know that without good data, knowing the population of wherever in Nigeria, we may not be able to plan to meet the needs of these people. For instance, if Lagos has 25 million or 20 million, we know what should come to Lagos and what should go to another state that has less than that. So planning is important and data is critical. We wish them well and hope that they will bring the difference, the much needed difference in the NPC. Osun government begins probe after 18 pupils were hospitalized from eating free meal. The Osun State government has begun an investigation into the reported case of about 18 pupils of James Primary School B, Oshogbo, who reportedly landed in the hospital after eating a midday meal served to them under the free school feeding program of the state government. The government also directed the stoppage of further food cooking at the affected school pending the outcome of the investigation. A statement by the State Commissioner for Information and Public Enlightenment, Kolakbo Alimi, obtained in Oshogbo on Tuesday, said the Governor Ademola Adeleke directed immediate action when the matter was reported to him. According to the statement, the victims have been treated and discharged from the hospital. The statement read, and I quote, Osun State government has ordered full investigation into the reported cases of food poisoning at St. James Primary School B, Owookwe, Oshogbo. The state governor, Senator Ademola Adeleke, subsequent to being informed of the situation by the special advisor on O-Meal, Mrs. Grace Ayodele, directed the stoppage of further food cooking at the affected school pending the outcome of the investigations. Meanwhile, the affected cooks in the said schools, alongside the planning officer for the O-Meal program, were summoned to a meeting on Tuesday morning. Additionally, the governor has directed enforcement of food standards and control, as well as the auditing of the O-Meal structure to forestall further or future occurrences. The government is also settling the medical bills of the affected students, according to the chairman of the Local Government Education Authority, Mr. Nathaniel Ojetola. The incident, which happened on Monday, caused panic, especially among parents of the affected pupils who shared videos of them on hospital beds on social media. Now, narrating how they became ill, one of the victims said they were served rice with egg, after which they started running stool. Also in the video, mothers of the victims said they observed foul smell of the egg their children were served when they returned home from school on Monday. We thank God that it didn't end in a very fatal way. Nothing, no death was recorded. We've heard cases of this nature happening in other places, and some people died, more than the 19 that we even heard in Osun State. We do hope that whatever was the problem will be arrested, and further occurrences will not happen in that state or anywhere else. The problem may not really be the people who cooked. It may also be the people who cooked, who neglected the expiry dates on some things, or some, there could be a fault from somewhere, and the sooner it is found out, the better for everybody. So if it is the fault of the cooks, well, let the needful be done. If it is the fault of the people who sold in the market or somewhere along the line, then we do hope that they will find out and it never happens again. The kids must be protected at all times. Now, Edo State Police has arrested 81 suspects for cultism and others. That was done on Tuesday. They arrested the 81 suspects allegedly involved in various crimes across the state. While parading the suspects, the State Commissioner of Police, Mohammed Dankwara, said the suspects were arrested in the ongoing clampdown on criminals, which began on December 11. He said the suspects were arrested for cultism, car snatching, unlawful possession of firearms, and kidnapping, among others. He said most of the suspects were arrested for cultism, adding that they had intelligence that highly placed individuals were behind the cult group. He warned anyone either in government or outside supporting cult groups tactically or financially to desist from it, because anybody, no matter how highly placed, would be prosecuted. He called on cult groups to desist from their criminal act as the clampdown would continue, noting that there is no benefit to being a cult member. He added that they have intelligence that highly placed people in the state were supporting and were behind these cult groups, and once they verified this, they would go after them because they can't make the state ungovernable. He promised to arrest any known cult groups, no matter where they may be. Well, for a lot of us, this is not really news because for a very long time, a lot of people who are in power have been fingered to be members of these cult groups. In fact, that is how some of them win elections. Well, that's conspiracy theory because we may not have names to name. We also know anyway that in some of the states there are governors even who fly, according to cult jargon, fly the colors of some cult members and openly declare that they belong. So I don't know, what if in a case where you find cultists and their financier is a governor or a commissioner or a minister somewhere or somebody in the presidency and all that? What would you do? People who are part of the people that nominated you for the position that you are having right now, or who can, at a snap of the finger in the Nigerian way, just have you sacked. I do hope that people, officers and men of the Nigeria Police and all other agencies will stand up for what is right in spite of anything that might be against them and do the needful. This verification they are talking about, we don't know what kind of verification they will need to get before the needful is done. If these people are arrested, I'm sure some of them will sing. And when they sing, we will know what the tune will be saying. We do hope that they will not sweep this under the carpet. If they have intelligence that a lot of people highly placed are making Nigeria a very fearful place to live in. And again, I say it is not news to a lot of people. What we want now is, if you have this intelligence, go after these people. Let us see that even the highly placed are coming under the hand of the law and they're being prosecuted. If that is done, every other person will stay in line. Well, we wish you luck, whoever is going to be in charge. Whatever cultism is doing to Nigeria, it is more negative than positive. I don't know which positive part it has. Right now, I don't know because I'm not a beneficiary. But I do know when cultism entered Nigeria, it was to fight indiscrimination. It was to fight colonial rule, more or less. It was to fight against the oppression of the black students or the Nigerian indigenous students. At least that was the excuse we were given by people of no less standing than Wole Soyinka, who is said to be the father of cultism in Nigeria. So it was like a pressure group. It was like a group that was fighting for the rights of the people who were downtrodden and oppressed. But is that the reason cultism thrives these days? I doubt that, and a lot of people will doubt that. But again, if these people are known, let them be fished out and let them face the music and keep our country safe. Now, that will be that. We'll just take a break now, possibly look at what the weather is. In so many other places, the Harmattan is very, very high. In Lagos, we're just seeing the signs now. But even with the signs, we're still finding it difficult to say for a fact that the rainy season has gone, because every now and then there is rain. In fact, last night there was rain in some parts of Lagos, and this morning is also threatening. But let's see generally what the weather is and see if we can plan our day around that. Stay with us.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
You are one family.
There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
As far as I'm concerned, I guess it's the lady. The lady is the sacrifice man. Because, okay, let's assume now, this morning, I have to be in the office by 8:30. So she have woken up before 4 a.m. I'm still sleeping by then. So she sacrificed her time to make dishes for me while coming to the office, you know. And some other things like that I cannot do easily if she's not there. So
well, the relationship is virtually about sacrifice. So, and both parties should be willing to make sacrifices. So there is no law that says the man must sacrifice for the woman or the woman must sacrifice for the man. Even among relationship of the same sex, normal friendship will still involve sacrifice.
I think both the husband and the wife, they make sacrifices for each other. And it is sacrifice that can even make both couples to be in relationship. Because without sacrifice, sometimes one can just say wants to back out. But both parties, they make sacrifice. And I cannot say one make more sacrifice than the other. So it all depends on the area where the sacrifices are being made.
The reason why I conclude my own that is the man is that the man is the one that be the NG body, that is financially, spiritually, and in all aspects of life. He has to provide everything that is necessary to sustain the relationship.
It's a woman that make real sacrifice of marriage. She will be praying that God should sustain our husband, our home, and our children. So men will be looking for the money to please the wife and to pay for the school children. But women will be praying that God should give them life. There will be no death. Men are not, they don't believe on death. But women fear death too much. That's why we are always, if you see the congregation of the church, in the churches now, women are the ones that are much, because they are praying for God's sustaining of their marriages and their homes, on their children, and on their husbands, so that God should sustain them and bless their lives. So men are just looking for money. They don't pray. They don't believe that prayer is the one that sustains life, providing for house, but they depend on their labors. So that is why women are more so sacrifices on relationship.
That's a very very corny one, because if I say a guy does, the ladies will be like no. If I say a lady, the guys will be like, but you're a guy. But I would say both of them do sacrifice. But if you're to ask me who sacrificed the more, I would say it is the lady, because in most cases you see her doing more. Let me just, by doing, I believe you understand, doing more. Because ladies are more of a multitasker. They know how to multitask. But guys are more like the passive ones. So I guess the lady do sacrifice more in a relationship. Thank you.
The most important and the biggest sacrifice ever is time. Then if you are able to give your time to your partner, you've given the best. Then after time, of course, love and affection follows. But time is actually the most important thing. Then I can give my money, my material things. You understand what I'm saying by material things. So I can share anything with my partner as far as she's worth it.
I will not say.
You're welcome back. We're glad to announce to you that we're going to bring you the Off the Press, the headlines that made it to the front pages of the national dailies. Today we're being joined by Mr. Tunde Kolawole, who is a legal luminary, and we're glad to have you. Good morning and welcome to the program, sir.
Good morning, my brother. Thanks for having me.
Okay.
I missed you last week.
Sorry? Sorry?
I said I missed you last week.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And we also missed all our viewers.
Yes. A man has to do what he has to do. So we understand.
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay, we're starting today with Nature News, which is littered with stories from COP28. We have the first story here saying Nigeria gains at COP28 with over $300 million in commitments and partnerships. Your comments, please.
Well, I hope so. We hear these good tidings all the time that our leaders travel abroad for one conference, seminars, or functions or the other. I suspect most times, or when you look at our history, all those things have not always come to fruition. It would appear to me that the dish out this news just to justify a single expenditure that things have featured at every such conference. If these things are true, and as we have been hearing since the Obasanjo era of 1999, then Nigeria will not be where it is today. And we should not forget that when you read the paper, a whole lot of foreign companies are fleeing Nigeria. Total & Gamble is gone, GlaxoSmithKline is gone, and so many other ones. And you and I do know there is a network of investors all over the world. Once these other companies here, the companies are fleeing Nigeria, once they get to know that Nigeria is facing a lot of hardship in terms of foreign exchange earning, so that when you are in Nigeria, you find it difficult to repatriate your profit, bring in more raw materials, and also buy spare parts and what have you. So as the GCO, as excited as the news is, I would still want to exercise caution. I would rather wait and see until those investments begin to come in.
But in the meantime, while they are applauding, we are rejoicing that we had over 300 million in commitments, there are some other people who are disappointed at the final draft of the COP28. Environmental activists expressed disappointment at the final draft of COP28. So, which means beyond just getting the money to do what they are supposed to do, there are some other things which we may not have at our disposal right now that are not agreeable to people who are really at the fore of environmental protection.
Yeah. You look all over the world now, especially the developed countries, they are looking at alternative energy, very clean energy. So for these countries, and for the activists who are campaigning for a cleaner environment, the commitment that came out of this climate conference wasn't too pleasing to them. They would rather want to see a situation in which all the attendees will make very firm commitment to cut down the carbon discharges by as much as 30%, and also make a very firm projection as when they will stop using fossil fuel as means of energy generation. To also compound the problem, the man who was made the chairman of the conference is also the president and chairman of a huge oil company in UAE. Such a person is presiding over an oil conglomerate. And it has also said they cannot do away with petroleum as of today. And the same person has also said at the conference that there is no scientific data or backing to show that fossil fuel or use of petroleum products is responsible for the heating up of the atmosphere or the generation of the carbon that we see all over the world. In other words, the man is not different from the former US president, Donald Trump, who has been saying that all this carbon, all this clean energy campaign, it's all rubbish that are still standing before scientific proof. So a whole lot of these may have been responsible for the disappointment that many people who are attending those conferences, or many of the activists associated with the conference, no firm commitment as to when the whole world will switch to clean energy. The man who presided over the conference is the big president of an oil producing company. Furthermore, without courtesy, he said there is no scientific backing for the campaigns that are being done for switch to alternative energy. So it's a whole lot of confusion over there. But if you look around ourselves, you would have noticed that climate change is a reality, and that if humanity is not going to burn itself out, we had better started providing for, switching to alternative energy, so that we'll have some legacy to leave for our children, not just in terms of clean energy, but the whole world, or the world and the environment that will be able to sustain them. That's my take on that.
Okay. Let's move to the next newspaper, and this is the Punch newspaper. From Nature News, we're going to the Punch newspaper. And the first story here is Deputy takes over, Ondo crisis. Deputy takes over as Akeredolu returns to Germany for treatment. The riders are ailing governor to transmit letter to lawmakers. Tinubu meets Ondo leaders again. Assembly holds closed-door meeting or session. Akeredolu promises full recovery before returning.
I sympathize with Governor Akeredolu. He is a human being. Nobody wants to be sick. And he has always meant well, not just for the people of Ondo State, but for the whole Nigeria. He has served the MDA as president. He has distinguished himself as a senior advocate of Nigeria. And since he became the S-man in Ondo State, I think he has been able to discharge responsibility of that office very credibly. For these reasons, honestly, he has our sympathy, and we will continue to pray for a speedy recovery. But again, one is not so happy with his continuous clinging to power. Because we will remember, when Yar'Adua had his own health challenges, people like Akeredolu were in the forefront of putting pressure on Yar'Adua to resign. He was also in the forefront of trying to get the National Assembly to impeach Yar'Adua or force him to transfer power to his deputy if they are not willing to impeach him. Then they have had similar challenges now, and they have not behaved better than Mr. Yar'Adua. His own case is even more complex. Being a lawyer and a senior lawyer for that matter, he is expected to show a good example with regards to adherence to the rule of law.
But Mr. Kolawole, Mr. Kolawole, there's a concern. To be fair to Governor Akeredolu, we now hear of situations where his own signature is being forged by some other people, which means he is not the person, he may not be the person who is preventing the transition of power or any other thing. So while I do not have the evidences and all that, but I'd like to blame these people who are ruling Ondo instead of him and instead of the deputy governor. So can we just leave Akeredolu out of this and, you know, until he gets better and tells us that he's the one who was pulling all the strings? Because now it doesn't look like he's the one doing it.
Well, absolutely, you are correct. When you also read the story in that paper, they are saying who is the transmitting the letters and finding the transmission letter through electronic means. And there have also been some reports in the paper that the man is not even in Nigeria now, that he may be in a German hospital. And that all the rap matters that we are seeing, and some of the stories that are being told, are actually to shield the governor from impeachment, and then not to, to avoid a situation in which the people of Ondo State will continue to panic over the whereabouts of their governor. Honestly speaking, the body of signatures that we hear about, and then the insinuation that he might be transmitting his letter to the Ondo State Assembly electronically. It tells us that the governor formally no longer has the mental capacity and the energy to appreciate his environment and also to transfer power to his deputy. If this is the case, the appropriate thing for the National Assembly to do is to invoke the doctrine of necessity and confer power on the deputy governor to be able to manage the affairs of Ondo State.
Do you think the Assembly? Do you think the Assembly will do this, Mr. Kolawole? Do you think the Assembly will do this? Because my fear is, there was this story that I just mentioned earlier that a signature of the first citizen of Ondo State was forged. And it's the same assembly that said that there was not going to be any probe, which points accusing fingers at them that, okay, that means you are in the know. Or why would you say something as grievous, as serious as forging the signature of the governor of the state will not be probed? Until one commissioner came out and said, okay, these people are going to face the music and all that. We don't know how far that has gone anyway. But if the House of Assembly will say that this serious thing will not be probed, do you believe in them to do the needful, except the people rise up among themselves?
Ordinarily, the Ondo Assembly should do the needful. The Ondo State Cabinet also do the needful. But you know, the truth of the matter is that in our crime, we don't have a tradition of doing the needful. Most of our actions, especially in governance, is based on a CDMC and a very sensitive thing. From what is happening in those states now, it is obvious that it is not a new cabal from critical cabinet of the early governors that are managing the affairs of those states and doing whatever they like in that area. Well, except the registration from outside, I doubt it. Whether the Ondo State Cabinet, whether the Ondo State Assembly will have the political will to really push this investigation into a logical conclusion. And don't forget, and most of the people that will be affected will also include members of the Ondo State Cabinet and also some members of the Ondo State House of Assembly. Why do I say this? You know, a very strenuous move has been made to impeach the deputy governor, which didn't go through. Why were they doing this? The family were doing this, or certain parties were doing this to get the deputy governor out of the way, and then to put themselves into reckoning of getting to the shoes of the deputy governor, and then from there, becoming a substantive governor. Let's hope that if they don't do it anyway, that order will come from outside to compel the Ondo State Assembly and the Ondo State Cabinet to do the needful. And don't forget, and I seriously suspect, that the reason why they are transmitting power to the deputies, now, is because there is a court injunction. These are been granted for, I think, the CJ to constitute a medical panel to probe into the health issues of the governor. And if the panel sits and find out that the governor is no longer, his couple is no longer healthy to run on those states, of course that would lead to impeachment. And I am sure, or I think, that's what they don't want. That's why they are now trying to transfer power to the deputy. But I think President Bola Tinubu has also done a very notable thing in that area in order to down tension. He has held meetings with the different factions in the place about 2 times now. And I think some of the things we are seeing now, especially the Bishop Akere, they need to go back to Germany for treatment, the transition of power to the deputy, may be a fallout of some of the meetings that President Bola Tinubu has held in the different factions in Ondo State. Let's pray that the men will quickly recover and that the people of Ondo State will get on with their lives.
Well, let's hope for the best for Ondo State. We heard also that the deputy governor was made to sign, or was told to sign a letter, undated letter of resignation and all that. We hope that that is just rumors and it never happened, because if it did happen, then it could be invoked anywhere. Anyway, so this one, President Tinubu begs Nigerian doctors abroad to return. Let me just hear your brief comments on that.
So that is never going to work. Yesterday, I spoke with a Nigerian doctor who is in America, and he says that if they increase his salary, like he was anywhere he was there in Nigeria, 300%, he will never come back to Nigeria. And why was the person saying this? He said it is not just about salaries and allowances, but the kind of facilities, the equipment that are exposed to abroad. Nigeria is never likely to have such things in the next 20-25 years. That will just be a waste of time to come back to Nigeria and begin to work again as a medical doctor. And the man also opened my eyes to certain things that had happened even before he left Nigeria. He said even as a medical doctor, he stayed at home for 3 years before he was able to get a job. And that he even got that job in the civil service through an in-law of ours. And that the crisis in the health sector didn't begin today. That it has always been there and will continue to be there for a long time to come. Simply because we don't do things the way they should be done. People are not given equal opportunity in terms of when recruitment has to be done. It is a man, no man. No matter how brilliant you may be, if you don't have connection in the high places, the possibility that you get a job, whether as a doctor or a non-doctor, is very, very remote. So these are the challenges.
Oh, well, so begging is not enough. Some things will have to be put in place before that thing. Okay, maybe not to comment. Senate condemns Trade Ministry over 1 billion naira Geneva trip. Over 5,000 Nigerians killed since May, according to report. But let's go to federal government plans sale of 40% stake in discos and others. What's your comment?
That's very shocking to me. So many units of the power industry have been sold. And what have we got to show for it? Non-performance. They are all not doing well. Rather, Nigerians have been clamoring for the federal government to go back into that sector, recover what has been sold, and then put the energy sector back on stream as a government agency. So if the sector or a lot of the sector has been privatized in the past, or if 50% of the operations in the sector has been privatized, and Nigerians are not having value for their money, why would you now say you want to sell the remaining 40%? I think that will further compound the problem, and we shouldn't encourage that howsoever. And then cast your mind back to all the public infrastructure companies and industries that have been sold. Each one of them is doing well today. Ajaokuta was sold. Nikon Israel was sold. National Shipping Line and Warabo. All of them were sold. Which one of them is doing well today? To the best of my knowledge, none. Furthermore, look at the economy of China, which is run by government, and compare it to the economy of the West, which is run by private individuals. In what I would say that those economies that are run by private individuals is better than what is done in China. China is doing far better than most of the so-called capitalist countries in the world today. The implication of this is that commercialization, privatization, and also adoption of capitalism will not be a solution to all economies all over the world. Different societies and different people have their own peculiarities and different stages of development. If you are copying what is happening in the developed countries of the world, where the society is organized, where the society is able to regulate itself, where market forces is effective. And then you now want to import the wholesale and sinker to your own economy and begin to practice it. You may not get the same results that those developed economies have been able to get. So, the sale of the 40% remaining equity in the power sector, selling it might not be a solution to the challenges that we're having in the power sector. In fact, chances are that it may worsen the situation. The challenge we have in that area are so many. One is that area is capital intensive, and the private sector may not be able to muster the resources to do the needful in the area. Look at the Dangote refinery. The man started well and all that, but it got a stage that even the CBN or the federal government had to come to invade because it was a capital intensive. It's not true that everything in all society must be privatized. Subsidy is not a sin. Abuse of subsidy is what should, it's what we should call, or what usually leads to a series of infractions that are not healthy for the society.
Okay. There is this, will I call it damning, or this revealing statement by Mr. Alake, Dele Alake, who said, influential Nigerians behind illegal mining. He said that. We have another story, or we had another story this morning where the police were saying that the people who are behind cultism are influential people in government. And we have reports that have been saying that those who finance Boko Haram are people in government and highly placed and all that. There's always a link to people in government or people highly placed. And we have never seen any arrest, or I have never seen any arrest or sufficient arrest to show that the relevant agencies are working. So this one now, inflation, Nigerians behind illegal mining. Do you see this as an excuse for to not do what was promised us in the mining sector? Because Dele Alake was talking tough earlier on, saying that there will be sanitization of the sector, there will be reform in the sector, and a lot of things will be put in place and all that. And now he's saying influential people are behind this illegal mining. Do you think he's trying to get a leeway out, or do you think he can still go ahead?
It would appear to me that that is a capitulation. It's like the respected Mr. Dele Alake is giving up in that sector. And I won't be surprised if he gives up. When the government comes out and says, in certain powerful individuals that are doing certain things, you begin to ask them, what happened to the coercive apparatus of the state? Are they saying that individuals are stronger than the state, so that they have overwhelmed the state, and the state is unable to do the needful in that area? That kind of argument that Mr. Dele Alake is making is similar to what we used to hear with regards to fuel subsidy, in which the nation will be told it is certain people that are benefiting from subsidy. And in order to stop them from benefiting, they remove the subsidy. That doesn't make sense to me. If certain people are abusing the subsidy in petroleum sector, and if certain powerful individuals are the ones messing up the solid mineral sector, the government should have the wherewithal to really deal with such persons. They may not be able to deal with such persons if they also partakers and beneficiaries of the unlawful activity that is happening in that area. So, but I am not surprised. Look at what is happening in the petroleum sector. All manners of strategies, all manners of security, layers on layers of security have been put in the petroleum sector. Yet on a daily basis, we still continue to hear that people go to the petroleum sector or to the Niger Delta to steal fuel. Just last week, a ship was said to have been arrested, laden with crude oil, laden with crude oil. And there was a dispute between a private security firm and then the army as regards the arrest of that ship. So honestly speaking, the challenge in the solid mineral sector is not new. It's been there. I happen to have had an opportunity to work with one of the federal government ministries in charge of solid minerals at the time. And as far back as that time, some 25 years ago, this unwholesome activity, illegal mining, have been going on in those places, with Nigeria standing up, or with Nigeria watching helplessly and being unable to do anything about it. Furthermore, we must educate our peers that this is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Most times all over the world, where there are guerrilla activities, where there are banditry, the bandits always they be talking in the environment to finance the activities. In Afghanistan, for example, in Yemen, for example, they were planting coca leaf that is used to make cocaine. And when they produce the cocaine, they sell and use it to buy weapons. You may not believe it, that even the Islamic fundamentalists in Afghanistan participated or were selling drugs to be able to finance their war efforts. Similar thing is going on in Myanmar today. So if we are being told that the bandits are exploiting the solid minerals and using it to finance their banditry, it shouldn't surprise us. What will surprise us is the government raising up its hand in surrender to ransack bandits that is unable to curb the activities beat one's imagination. I should think if we are able to exclude corruption, if we are able to take corruption from some of these places, that the government, at both the local level, state level, federal level, has enough quasi power to deal with those who are messing up the program of the government in the areas of solid minerals.
Okay, let's move to Daily Independence, let's move to The Guardian. There's a small headline on The Guardian there, bottom right. Army sacks brigade commander over Adamawa police headquarters invasion. You remember the story where the police and the army had a confrontation and some people actually died. Now the brigade commander has been sacked. And I'm just trying to tie this also to the army mistakenly, in quote, bombing a village and killing over 100 people also in, I think, in Kaduna. So, and nobody has been sacked, nobody has undergone any trial that I know, and I don't know how it is. But first of all, what do you think about this sacking of the brigade commander over an issue that happened in the police headquarters, leading to the loss of lives, about 2 or 3 people that died?
Well, the truth of the matter is that there has always been rivalry and nego between the different security forces that we have in this country. We connect that when the Emefiele was appearing in court and he was granted bail, the correctional service officials wanted to take him to his facilities. For the state security service, that is the DSS, we don't want that to happen. And there was a clash between the court premises as regards to take custody for Mr. Emefiele. All these things happen all the time. I would want to attribute it to indiscipline among the security forces. All of them are aiming at the same goals. And so if the goal is the same, it shouldn't be seen this kind of a thing within the different security forces. We collect too that not too long ago, some men of the Nigerian army were said to have gone to certain places in Lagos to beat up LASTMA officials, injuring many of them, so that LASTMA officials had to be pulled out of their places of work for a few days in order to pacify the army. That kind of a thing should not be happening. But with that as it may, let us say that, or let us commend the army, the Nigerian army, for the effort they have taken. They have made. I am sure they would have done some investigation and probably found that the brigade commander charged his responsibility. And for that purpose, they decided to remove them. If this kind of discipline or sanctions take place from time to time across board, I am sure the certain clashes between the different security forces will be minimized. There is nothing to it other than ego. One arm of security wanting to prove superior to the other. When what all of them are doing is to maintain security in the society, guarantee peace and stability. So, I would also want to see a situation in which inter-security dialogues, meetings, conferences, and interaction will be encouraged at the different levels of governance, local government, state level, federal level, so as to create more rapport and understanding between all these different security forces.
All right.
The dichotomy, this strict compartmentalization of the different security forces is not too helpful. Now you talked about the bombing in Beniguari. Why I commend the Nigerian Army, the Nigerian Navy, and all the different security forces who risk their lives on a daily basis to ensure that peace returns to that area. I would still want to admonish them to look at their modus operandi and also their training with the view to minimize the kind of incident that happened too recently. Because it has happened too many times. Remember, IDP camps have been bombed, villages have been bombed in Niger State with so many casualties. This is not too good for us as a people. And let me say this, it's a very, very serious crime under international law for any security force to begin to use very lethal weapons against its own people. Part of the reason Saddam Hussein was overthrown and killed was because it was alleged he was bombing his own people. Also remember that the president in Syria today is wanted by the International Criminal Court because it was said that he was dropping barrel bombs on his own people. It's a serious crime for you to use a bomb against your own people. Let me even go a little further, that it is not right for the Nigerian army to be dropping bombs on the IPOB people in the southeast. Dropping a bomb on IPOB is not a proportional use of force when you look at it strictly. But more importantly too, the people you are dropping the bomb on are your citizens who have grievances. And rather than attend to those grievances, you decide to use very lethal weapons against them. So, I will want to appeal to the different security forces, the Nigerian Army, the Air Force, and the Navy, to also look at the training of their own men, with due to reducing or minimizing or even taking out this kind of mistakes. Let me tell you a little story. When General Abdul Karim at the time was alive, he once saw this in the paper that they flew to Sokoto to attend a wedding ceremony in an Air Force plane. And that when they got to Sokoto, the Air Force pilot couldn't land the plane. He started hovering all over Sokoto for so many minutes that the people inside the plane had begun to panic that when the fuel in the plane finishes, the plane will crash. And that the luck they had at that period in time, or during that flight, was that there was a civilian pilot among the people in the plane. When he saw what was happening, the man pulled off his Babangida and went into the cockpit to talk to the pilot, to ask him why was he finding it difficult to land the plane. And it was said that the man said he couldn't find the airport. And the civilian pilot had to say, look, the angle in which you are flying, there's no way you will be able to find the airport or the airfield or the tarmac where you land the plane. And then he now told this Air Force pilot what to do. And immediately he did it, he was able to land the plane. Also remember that the chief of Army Staff during General Buhari's era died in a plane crash that was flown, I think, by the Army or by the Air Force. Up to today, we have not been told what led to that plane crash. It is our hope, but it is not human error. So what I'm pointing out is that we need to gear up, improve the training of all those who fly aircraft and drones for the Army, for the Air Force, for the Navy.
Okay.
I've also seen some things written in a paper in which some people were saying, why are you allowing the Army to start using drones and flying planes? The answer is very clear. All over the world today, there is no peace and there is no dichotomy between the Air Force, the Navy, and the infantry. All of them have do similar things.
Yeah, Tunde, we really have to wrap up at this time.
To the same training.
Yeah. Yes, thank you very much. We really need to wrap up at this time. We've already eaten deep into another segment, and we'd like to thank you for coming on the program today. It gets heated up even more as the program goes along, so I understand that. But thank you for your time today, for coming on the show.
For having me.
Okay, we've been talking with Tunde Kolawole, a legal practitioner, and we're going to take a very short break. And when we return, our first hot topic will come up. Stay with us.
online has become a part of our every waking moment. From the moment we wake up in the morning till we hit the pillow at night, we are browsing, scrolling through social media, responding to messages. We live our lives online almost as much as we live it in reality. These anonymous interactions, like any other human interaction, comes with complexity and challenges. People get into civil discussions, debates, banter, and share with one another. With these interactions come disagreements, arguments, conflicts that can soon degenerate into trolling, bullying, and general unpleasantness. The discretion we employ in face-to-face interaction is further decreased online. In fact, according to psychologist Robert Sutton, disrespectful
Us anytime soon. Now lecturers abandoning universities is leaving VCs and lecturers and others, every stakeholder in the education sector, worried. We have our guest this morning to talk about this, Dr. Peter Ogudoro, education researcher and PhD in education. Good morning and welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to join you. Good morning.
Yeah. Okay, whenever we are on this program, we always talk about solutions and all that, and you give a lot of solutions which seem not to get to the ears, or even if they get to the ears of the relevant people, these solutions are never implemented. Now, it's a worrisome thing that lecturers are leaving, even in an education system that we are already complaining is not up to par with other climes. Now the lecturers are leaving, everybody's leaving. Where do we go from here?
Well, where do you want to go from here? It's a country run by, political leaders who don't care about the ordinary people in the streets. And the simple reason is the fact that their own children are not here. They train them in America, Canada, and the US, and obviously do not wear the shoes, and so don't seem to understand where the shoe pinches, and definitely have no incentive to make sure that the education system in Nigeria works. But they are making a mistake, because if we continue like this, a time will come when the system will become so terrible that one way or the other, they will have to also bear the brunt. So let them get the warning now and begin to work hard to make sure that the ordinary person in the street is able to breathe.
Okay, I don't even want to think about what education has in the 2024 budget, because I don't think it still makes the cut for what is recommended by the United Nations. But what are these key factors that are making the lecturers leave? You know, we've been saying this like a broken record, but for purpose of emphasis, what are the salient issues that need to be addressed if we want to retain these lecturers here? Because one of the headlines today, we just saw that the president was begging, that was what the headline was, begging doctors that are abroad now to return. And I'm sure it will be the same thing, begging lecturers to return. But if these things are not put in place, maybe that will just be a tall order that might never be realized. So what are these very, very critical issues that need to be addressed?
Well, the Nigerian university lecturer is poorly remunerated in America, in Canada, in Germany. And so some of us chose to return to Nigeria because we realize that Nigeria remains our roots, and we have a certain obligation to help make things work here. But as we discharge that obligation, we must not forget that we also have families to cater for. And so where you pay a PhD holder less than $500 per month, when we know that if we had chosen to remain abroad, we'll be earning a minimum of $4,000, $5,000 per month. You can understand why it doesn't make sense for people to stay here. So all you need to do is to, pick up your bag and return to where you're coming from. And of course, intellectual property is internationally denominated. It's a currency that you can take to anywhere in the world and be able to purchase whatever you want. And we are in high demand. South Africa needs us, America needs us, Canada needs us, Germany needs us. Every country in the world is looking for people who have invested time and effort to acquire the kind of intellectual capacity it takes to move society forward. And so, unfortunately for us, after we have gathered all this and made the effort and sacrifice to be able to stand in classrooms and train the next generation of leaders, people here don't seem to understand that education remains the bedrock of development. And so if you continue to ignore your teachers and not appreciate the fact that you don't produce a PhD holder in 10 years, it takes a lot of time and sacrifice for you to be able to mint a PhD holder who can stand in your classrooms and help the young people to learn what they need to know to be able to make a difference in their society. If you continue to ignore all of this, then you will continue to encourage people to leave their country and go to other places to work. That's a major factor. We also are aware that the governance system in Nigerian universities is very poor. In the universities here, especially the public service universities, do not have what we call autonomy. So if, for example, a vice chancellor recognizes that there are no chemistry professors in his university, and he wants to employ from wherever he can find such people to fill the gap. If that university is a federal university or a state university, it might take you a whole year to process the papers to be able to fill the gap. So that lack of autonomy makes it difficult for people here to enjoy their job, because you know the solution, but you cannot apply the solution without having to follow a very difficult bureaucracy to make things happen. Even when there is money in the coffers of the university, for you to spend it, you still need the approval of National Universities Commission. You need the Federal Ministry of Education to intervene to give you the authority you need to be able to do simple things. And that's not the way to run universities. Universities are not like other institutions. We're intellectuals. We also have a high sense of responsibility given the kind of training we have gone through. And so once you find people you can trust to run the system, you should give them the autonomy to make things happen. That autonomy is not available here, to the best of my knowledge. And of course, our laboratories are decrepit. So if you teach the sciences, you will know that you lack the tools you need to be able to produce good engineers, produce the right medical doctors, produce the other scientists you need to run a modern society. So you produce young people who go into industry, and you are very afraid that these young people are not going to be able to deliver because you didn't have the equipment to give them the skills, the tools they need to be able to make the difference that society demands of them. So that, again, is something that is worrisome, and you don't want to continue to deceive yourself into believing that you have produced people for society when you know they cannot deliver. So so many factors. It's a multi-dimensional, challenge that we have in our country, and it doesn't look like anybody in position of authority is thinking seriously about how to resolve these challenges.
Okay, well, I wish we had time to talk more about this because we cannot take each of this one individually and maybe still meet up with time, but let's see how it goes. You raised three critical issues. The first one is remuneration, the second one is autonomy to the institutions, and then the third one is infrastructure not being available in these institutions of higher learning especially. Now, let's take the issue of autonomy. How much autonomy does the institution have, or the university, for instance, need to function well? Because we need to know whether it is the autonomy that you can take decisions, but when it comes to funding, you still run to the government, or you want them to stand alone, fund themselves, pay their staff, do whatever they need to do, and just be answerable and giving reports to the government. What level of autonomy is needed for the university system to function appropriately in Nigeria?
Well, we need to give universities autonomy to run those institutions in terms of teaching and learning. They are the experts in these areas. Politicians cannot teach the vice chancellor what should be the appropriate curriculum to produce an engineer, because the politician does not know what it takes to produce an engineer. So you should trust that the vice chancellor and his lieutenants can work with other stakeholders who know what they're doing to give you a curriculum which will enable you to produce the right engineer, the right medical doctor, the right teacher. They are the ones who went to school to learn those things. Trust them once you have employed them to do that job. But it's not a good idea to think about the possibility that universities in Nigeria at this point in time can fully fund themselves. It's not a realistic idea because we live in a poor country. Per capita income in Nigeria is less than $3,000. Per capita income in Norway is over $80,000. The money in Norwegian earns in 2 years, the average Norwegian earns in 2 years. We take a Nigerian an entire lifetime to earn, really, and that's something that is very problematic. So parents here cannot be asked to bear the full burden of giving their children the type of education that will enable Nigeria to develop, because parents here haven't got the money it takes to pay school fees at the level that will make it possible for universities to self-fund themselves. So government must recognize that it has a duty to fund higher education, and is when we're able to do this, that we'll be able to produce the intellectual capacity Nigeria needs as a matter of urgency to produce the kind of solutions we need to fast-track national development. And so it's a bit tricky. You may be wondering, why do people want autonomy when they cannot self-fund themselves? The reason why that is the case is the fact that education is a social good. And so government must fund it. Even societies where per capita income is very high, where parents can pay school fees, parents are still not given that responsibility. Take the example of the Scandinavian countries. The per capita income in Finland, for example, is above $40,000. I told you that of Nigeria is less than $3,000. In Finland, parents don't pay school fees, right from kindergarten up to PhD. Government takes responsibility because government recognizes that education is an investment, not a cost. And that once you get it right, every other problem gets sorted out. Nigerian politicians don't seem to have started, getting this idea. And even those of them who have had don't believe it. And so they think that education is something that you put money into it, and then by tomorrow you must get returns. That's not how it works. We are not, this is not a matter of going to Dubai to buy air conditioner, then you come and sell it in 2 days and you get back your full returns. Education takes time to bring in returns. But when the returns come in ways that make everybody joyful. So we have to create this awareness among the people who run our country and get them to exercise the patience it takes to get the returns from education. So that responsibility, we must not run any campaign that would discourage the government from shouldering it. It's government's responsibility to fund education so that we can get the quality manpower we need to make all other sectors functional.
Okay, talking about remuneration now, if the government were to raise the remuneration to something, at what percent do you think it should go?
Well, I won't be talking about percent because that may be a problematic thing for the average person listening to us to understand. But the way to look at it is recognize that you have made a mess of your currency, called the Naira. And so we live in a globalized world. The lecturer who is teaching in UI in Ahmadu Bello has access to the internet on a 24/7 basis. And so he knows what his counterparts in other parts of the world are earning. So when you pay him money in Naira, he converts it to dollars. And he knows that when you give him, for example, 500,000 Naira, that money means only $500. And he knows that if he chooses to go and teach in South Africa, in America, for example, where he has the capacity to also teach. Many Nigerians teach in those places because we are not inferior. We studied in the same classrooms with these people who teach in this place. The reason why we are here is because we think we have a duty to help our society to move forward. But we must not make that sacrifice at the expense of our family's welfare. Okay, so always try and do that conversion. Yeah, we may not be able to pay as much as America is paying, but if America is paying $5,000 to a professor, you should pay at least half of that to keep us here so that we can meet our minimum needs. We are not seeing that happen at the moment. So paying, for example, an associate professor less than 500,000 naira in a month is scandalous, because that is not up to $500. And I know that my children who are even undergraduate studying in America are earning more than that in a month, and they haven't even one of them hasn't even graduated. And so if he's able to earn up to that, why are you paying an associate professor less than that in Nigeria? It doesn't make sense. It's not. And then we see how much money we are spending on politicians. We're aware, from all that we read, from what and see from what people like you are putting out there, that senators took over 100 million naira to buy just one Jeep for each of the people who are in parliament. And then, for Christmas, they got some money for that. And these things run into, millions of naira. So why are we having difficulty recognizing that the people who are producing everyone who functions in the Nigerian economy deserves to be adequately remunerated for the job that he does that is very critical for national development? So Nigeria is a very difficult place to think about at the moment, because politicians are truly not getting it right. They are messing up. They are wasting so much. They go abroad, to go and receive training we can give them here. They go abroad to go and do jamboree, going for seminars and conferences that they don't even understand. They don't even stay in the conference rooms to listen to what people from around the world have gathered to talk about. So they just go and collect extra code. So why can't you devote just 5% of what politicians are wasting to improve our university system, which holds a better promise compared to what you can get from politicians who gather, to talk things that don't matter in parliament. So, my friend, tell your friends who are running the country that it's time for them to repent and give education its pride of place in the scheme of things has come.
Well,
they
are not my friends, they are my employees. Unfortunately, they don't know that I employed them, because I'm a citizen of Nigeria who said, go and do what I'm sending you, but they're not doing what I'm sending them. So one day I might just need to sack them. So they're not my friends. They should take note of that. Well,
if they permit you.
Yeah, well, that's another thing. Dr. Ogudoro, thank you so much for coming on the show. It's always a pleasure having you around.
It's my pleasure. Enjoy the rest of the day.
You too. So that was Dr. Peter Ogudoro, an education researcher. He holds a PhD in education, always proffering good solutions, but we hope that it gets to the ears of the people who really matter, so that some of these things can be implemented and we move forward. Well, we'll take a short break and we'll return with our second hot topic. Stay with us.
Being online has become a part of our every waking moment. From the moment we wake up in the morning till we hit the pillow at night, we are browsing, scrolling through social media, responding to messages. We live our lives online almost as much as we live it in reality. These anonymous interactions, like any other human interaction, comes with complexity and challenges. People get into civil discussions, debates, banter, and share with one another. With these interactions come disagreements, arguments, conflicts that can soon degenerate into trolling, bullying, and general unpleasantness. The discretion we employ in face-to-face interaction is further decreased online. In fact, according to psychologist Robert Sutton, disrespectful, demeaning, and downright mean-spirited behavior is worse than ever. This behavior is especially true of online discourse, which researchers describe as the online disinhibition effect. Stanford psychology professor John Sula in 2004 said, "The online disinhibition effect can cause people to act out in either a benign manner, wherein they overshare their personal information, or in a toxic manner wherein they become abusive or threatening." "I am in my house, come and beat me" is a common saying online that alludes to the inaccessibility that emboldens even regular people to behave in less than civil ways online. Another factor responsible for this behavior, apart from anonymity and availability, is solipsistic introduction, a situation, according to Dr. Sula, where you don't have any physical cues associated with the person you're communicating with, and other person becomes just a voice in your head. As such, the people in your online conversations merely become characters in your imagination, formed by your own personal history and expectations. You might also hear his or her voice as your own, which makes you feel more comfortable with the other person and further lowers your inhibitions. As we have rules that guide our interactions in real life, unspoken rules need to be developed for our online interactions. Social media etiquette, or social mannerism simply put, means do's and don'ts for social media interactions. These etiquettes are also referred to as netiquettes. The term netiquette refers to all aspects of online communication, including email, instant messaging, social media, multiplayer gaming, and other forms of online communication. The main goal behind netiquette or mannerisms on social media is to treat others with respect and take care of intellectual property rights and associated implications. Personal information, images, or videos of anyone should not be shared without consent or mentioning credits where due. Except we seek to change such behaviors, it will pervade. Here are some social media netiquettes. When sending a DM, be polite and go straight to the point. When responding to posts, even if you disagree, be careful not to use condescending and insultive words. Take a 5-minute pause before you post any comments. Don't comment on topics that people tend to be passionate about. Don't respond to insults or hateful language. Don't say to people online what you won't have the audacity to say to them in person. Avoid excessive tagging of people. Ask before tagging people. Although it may seem inoffensive, tagging a friend or acquaintance on social media without their permission could in many ways cause problems for that person. Good social media etiquette means you should always request for permission before tagging anyone. Post only flattering pictures of other people. Apply the billboard test. Assume that everyone in the world can and will see everything you post. So if it's not billboard worthy, don't post it. Give credit where it's due. Don't post other people's photos or quotes without clear attribution. This means no screen grabs even if you have the best intentions. Instead, use a repost app to properly credit others with your own content. Think of the future you. Your taste will change, as will your sense of humor, but your photos will live on forever. Use caution when posting. Don't take screenshots of other people's private moments that they shared with you in confidence. Censor yourself. You might treat your Facebook or Twitter accounts as diaries. Don't share everything with your readers. Some things are meant to be kept private.
businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Okay, you've been watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. We do hope that you've arrived at your destination. If you have not and you're about to set out, well, we're lucky that today it's predicted that it's going to be mostly sunny. Lagos weather sometimes you cannot predict, but we've been told that it's going to be sunny by the experts, and we hope that that is going to be the case. But sometimes when it is sunny, you even are afraid of going outside because it's really, really hot these days. I use this medium also to ask or beg the people the relevant authorities that need to clear the road between Kara. Kara is just at the outskirts of Lagos, and Arekpo going towards Ibadan. There was an accident this morning, and the road was littered with a lot of goods, and it was just obstructing the free flow of traffic. So I do hope that the relevant people will go there with the vehicles and everything that they need to clear the road for people to be able to pass. I'm sure so many people may be late for work this morning because of just that. So whoever needs to do or needs to act should act. If the Ogun State government will be very slow about that, I hope that Lagos can help, because the bulk of the people who come from there just come to work in Lagos, put the money in the coffers of Lagos State government and go back to Ogun State and sleep. So whoever is responsible, please do the needful and clear the road. We'd like to thank you for being a part of this program this morning. We do hope that we are going to, by God's grace, meet again tomorrow to deliberate or to talk on some other issues as well. It's been a wonderful time out with you. On behalf of the entire Breakfast family on Plus TV Africa, my name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Nigeria, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend. Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Our growing-up memories are often fragments, brief moments, or a canter, which together form the scrapbook of our life. There we derive the wisdom and knowledge, so deep that they cannot be wished away. My name is Professor Deji Fashui, and here are my good old days reminiscence. Although I was born in Akure, Ondo State, my dad, Chief Gabriel Oluwadare Fashui, hailed from Ilogbo Ekiti, Ido-Osi, local government area of Ekiti State, and mom, Florence Idowu Fashui ni Afolabis from Ado Ekiti. Dad retired as the program manager of Ondo State Agric Development Program, while mom retired as a senior matron in various government hospitals in Ondo State and later Ekiti State. As the second child of 6, growing up was beautiful as we were categorized among children of the elites in a completely egalitarian society where civil service was a leveler and devoid of the present commonplace of bribery and corruption. In those days, anyone living beyond his means was immediately ostracized and seen as a leper by the community. Only permanent secretaries could ride Mercedes and Volvo cars. The saving grace for a lot of public civil servants then was the Udoji Lajes. My mom was one of the beneficiaries. As a nurse, she was able to buy her first car, a Datsun 180K, sometimes in 1975. Prior to that period, the whole family had to make do with my father's Peugeot 504. And of course, a manually driven car. Don't just start imagining how the whole family will cramp themselves up in that car for a family outing. Yet, we were generally contented and there was dignity in labor. In those good old days, education was compulsory and largely free at primary school level for everyone in the southwestern part of Nigeria, including Akure, where I grew up. There was no class discrimination or distinction in schooling, as virtually all schools were government-owned. I remember with nostalgia that my parents decided to allow us go to St. James's Primary School barefooted like other children
not because they couldn't afford the shoes, but because we must not be different from other pupils. I ended up becoming the senior prefect of the primary school, representing the school in various debates and quiz competitions frequently organized by government at the time. I left St. James's Primary School for the prestigious Christ School Ado-Ekiti, where I had the greatest foundation and molding, like many other peers at that time. Those days in Christ School Ado-Ekiti afforded us the opportunity of meeting colleagues from different ethnic groups in Nigeria, especially those from the eastern and midwestern part of Nigeria. We cultivated their cultures and found a blended midpoint of interaction devoid of animosities. We were simply members of the same family. Till date, most of us set mates as of that time still find it funny reliving our lives and times at Christ School. Still, no class segregation in spite of our individual achievements. Nobody cared if you are a high court judge, captain of industry, governor, or a big name somewhere. Everybody goes by his first name, and your name is your name. God save those of us with bad aliases in those days. Mine shouldn't be called in public. Please don't come on this thread and spill it out. Oh, don't just come and spill it out. Exciting good old days. My undergraduate days at the University of Ibadan were also relished with nostalgia. Life was simply good and a lot tolerable. It was survival of the fittest, as nobody tells you when to wake up, eat breakfast, or go to class. It was my first total freedom from home, and I did not bungle the opportunity as some of our friends were christened NFA, no future ambition. Life was not as riotous as it is today, although there were few cases of spoiled brats who will do anything to lure us to exotic life on campus. But I was already fully formed in the secondary school, and the Christian ethos were never compromised. I must confess, we had our own fair share of pranks in those days too. Dad and Mom, if you are listening, let me apologize in advance for this disclosure. I remember we would steal Dad's car key for some midnight parties without his knowledge, even while living under the same roof. We would push out the car outside the compound before starting the engine, travel occasionally with the car, arrive back home safely before the family morning prayers, wash the car, and we would pour a lot of cold water on the bonnet to cool the hot engine, to forestall suspicion of a hot engine, particularly from our FBI trained investigator mom, who was sure to spot any infraction. Anyway, it is what it is. Guys must be guys. In all of this, we did not lose sight of the lessons. We were taught and we imbibed the ideals of hard work, which we were told to be the prelude to a successful life. We were taught that nothing good comes cheap, and that there is no shortcut to success in life than hard work and commitment to your chosen career. Those lessons paid off and helped a great deal in my rise through the ranks to become a professor and the dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Sciences in Ekiti State University. I must not fail to mention that my journey in life took me at some point to the eastern part of Nigeria, where I had my youth service and my master's program. In those days, the East welcomed me with open arms. It gave me the best opportunity of appreciating the culture, mentalities, norms, and idiosyncrasies of others, and the need for a harmonious relationship. This taught me a lot of tolerance with the understanding of different cultural backgrounds. I was fully accepted into their fold. I had cordial and almost filial relationship with my supervisor, Professor F.C.O. Biora, who took me as a son. And on a lighter note, I almost brought home an Igbo lady as a wife. Those were days when we saw each other as one, unlike today when the apparent divide is very disturbing. Talking about passion, my experience in the computer world woke up my latent talent in ICT, and this motivated me to later establish a computer outfit in Akure, Ondo State called Workman Computers. This company was an instant success, even though with a lot of rough takeoff. Workman is still flourishing under the management of my wife while I've taken to academics. Another big lesson in entrepreneurship. My worry is the continual slide in our social values with a concomitant depreciation in ethos of hard work and dignity in labor. Unfortunately, our new generation of youths have stood these ideals on their heads, believing that they can start life from the peak of life. The current situation and mindset of a sizable number of our youth stem from the growing decadence of our society and the lack of proper planning for the teeming youth by the successive governments in Nigeria. We seem to continuously mortgage our future by disregarding the spate of the conscienceless youths we breed today. Concerted effort must come from parents, opinion leaders, government, religious leaders, teachers, at all levels of education and the youths to correct this cankerworm which makes us appear to be sitting on a keg of gunpowder. All hope is not lost. I am a believer in a Nigeria that will work. I hold on tightly to the tiny but strong rope of hope that with a will to make the difference, we can change the narrative. Our children must learn from those rosy days of ours. Take the lessons, enjoy the tales, and make a positive move towards surpassing our modest achievements. Yes, it can happen. Proudly a Rotarian, I therefore join Sir Shemori Badejo in this collective patriotic drive towards a greater tomorrow for our youths. And even for us too, it is possible. It is achievable. Thank you and God bless.
Shemori Badejo holds a first degree in mass communications, master's in communications arts, and a PhD in social psychology, specializing in mass mobilization.
The simplest definition of public relations, which also relates to a nation, is doing good and letting people know. Now, what we hear, it's people demarketing even their country. I grew up in a home where the fear of God was actually implanted on us.
What led you to the good old days?
I realized that they lack sense of history. Even if history is not allowed in schools anymore, let us see how we can bring snippets of this history.
This is the news brief. Governor Rotimi Akeredolu has placed his deputy Lucky Ayedatiwa in acting capacity amid yet another medical evacuation abroad, rejecting pressure to step down from several power brokers, including President Bola Tinubu. Mr. Akeredolu, in the statement issued on Tuesday by his spokesman Richard Olatunde, would proceed on medical leave starting today, December 13, over what appeared to be another bout of cancerous disease that has ravaged the governor throughout the year. Mr. Olatunde said a letter regarding his medical leave and a notice formally transferring power to Mr. Ayedatiwa in line with the Constitution will be transmitted to the House of Assembly. The development came as after Mr. Tinubu, for the second time within a month, met with all the political actors from the state at the presidential villa in Abuja to find a solution to the crisis. The president had reportedly suggested to participants that the resignation of Mr. Akeredolu, who has not been seen in public for over 8 months, would be an ideal thing to do under the circumstances. But the governor's family members, including his son, appeared unable to and unwilling to compel his resignation, which may further protract the state's political crisis. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party of the 2023 election, Peter Obi, has advocated thorough review of reoccurring of unfortunate incidents where innocent lives are mistakenly killed by security forces across the country. He stated this when he visited the victims of Tudunbiri Aero drone strike at the Barao Diko Teaching Hospital in Kaduna State. Obi commiserated with the families of the victims, saying that the 16 times occurrence of such incidents resulting to the death of 500 people is pathetic.
Bringing them and treating them in the hospital is one thing. Do we have a sustainable foundation to see, especially the orphan children all through? I have somebody who lost 34 family members the trauma of that, especially these orphan children. We must all join hands because they are not our children. They are not our property. Everybody must join hands to see them through. I, in particular, know that if such foundation is set up, I will contribute to it as long as it exists. It is critical. It's important. We're talking about it. We're family. This thing that happened might have happened somewhere where we think we're not from, but we're all family. We're the same thing. And I've always said the purpose of government is to care for those in need.
He, however, commended the military for their sustained effort in securing the country, urging Nigerians to support them in securing the nation against the enemy of peace. Obi further expressed readiness to support the initiative that will alleviate the plight of the community, while he donated 5 million naira to aid in the rehabilitation of injured victims and prayed for their speedy recovery.
Let me first appreciate the hard work and the effort of the military in helping us to secure the country. But then we should also re-examine and ask ourselves this fundamental question about this reoccurrence where we have 16 times and we have lost almost 500 people. Why is this happening and everything? And be able to see how, as a government in particular, we can support the military to ensure that these things don't happen again.
A high court sitting in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, has restrained Martin Amehule and Dumle Maul from conducting legislative activities within the complex of the Rivers State House of Assembly. The court, presided over by Justice M.W. Danagogo, has granted an interim order restraining Amahule-led faction from interfering with the activities of Right Honorable Edison Ogerenye Ehie as Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly. The judge granted the order following a suit filed by D.I. Oboroma for the Rivers State House of Assembly and Honorable Edison Ehie, both as claimant and complainant, against Amahule and Mao. The court also warned against the use of thugs and police officers to forcefully gain access to the premises of the Rivers State House of Assembly complex, which is under repair following the fire that destroyed part of the complex. The judge, who adjourned the matter to 21st of December 2023, also ordered the applicant to serve the defendant the interim. President Bola Tinubu has rolled out his administration's plan to make healthcare cheap and easily accessible to all Nigerians. President Tinubu unpacked his health sector reorganization and liberalization plans while delivering his address at an event commemorating this year's Universal Health Care Coverage (UHC) Day and the unveiling of the Nigeria Health Sector Renewal Investment Initiative held at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. President Tinubu said his administration, through the Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, right from the 2024 fiscal year, will commence a massive revamping of the health sector through the resuscitation of physical infrastructure and equipment, as well as retraining of personnel across the sector.
Health is not merely the absence of disease, but the embodiment of physical, mental, and social well-being. It is a fundamental human right, and Nigeria's commitment to achieving universal health care coverage is reflected in the unwavering dedication of my administration to uphold this right for every individual, young or old, in rural or urban areas. Delivering improved quality health. The outcome is an underpinning factor in my promise of renewed hope. That hope is ignited here today, and with your support, all multilateral partners and agencies, health is back on the front burner.
President Bola Tinubu has asked the Senate to confirm the nomination of 19 commissioners of the National Population Commission, NPC. Tinubu also requested confirmation of the nomination of Bashir Ndabawa Northwest, Enorense Amadasu South-South, and Babajide Fashino Southwest as commissioners of the commission. Senate President Godswill Akpabio read Tinubu's request during plenary on Tuesday and directed the Committee on National Identity Management Commission to get back in 2 weeks. The Senate endorsed the nomination of Ambassador Desmond Akawo as commissioner representing Rivers State in revenue mobilization allocation after the demise of the immediate past RMAFC Federal Commissioner from Rivers State, Asondu Temple. It, however, adjourned plenary to December 20th, 2023 due to the ongoing committee meeting towards the confirmation of the 2024 appropriation bill sent by President Bola Tinubu.
Having exhausted the items on the order paper, that this Senate do suspend plenary to enable us to continue with the committee sittings on appropriation estimates, and then resume plenary on the 20th day of December 2023. Those in support that plenary be suspended to allow for continuation of the appropriation bills, say aye. Aye. And those against say nay. The ayes have it. The Senate is hereby adjourned to the 20th day of December 2023 at 10 a.m. prompt.
The Minister of Solid Minerals, Dele Alake, has alleged that powerful Nigerians involved in illegal mining were responsible for other criminal activities and involved in sponsoring banditry and terrorism in the country. Alake said this when he appeared before the House of Representatives Committee on Solid Minerals for the 2024 budget defense. According to him, a lot of banditry and terrorism are sponsored by illegal miners. They are not people who pick gold on the ground, but powerful individuals in the country. He said the majority of the illegal miners were not foreigners, but added that foreigners could be seen as symptoms.
One pernicious discovery that we made, Mr. Chairman, is that a lot of these banditries, terrorisms, insecurities that we associate with this sector are actually sponsored by illegal miners. Now, these illegal miners are not your artisanal miners. They are not the people who pick gold rusts on the ground. No. These are heavy, powerful individuals in our country. And they are Nigerians. They are not foreigners. Yes, you can see foreigners as symptoms, but the foreigners are not the diseases. Nigerians are the powers behind those foreigners that you see on the streets.
Governor Alex Otti of Abia State on Tuesday presented a budget estimate of 567.2 billion naira for the 2024 fiscal year in the State House or to the State House of Assembly. The budget is christened Budget of New Beginning. Otti said of the proposed figure, government's estimated total revenue is 166,077,717,058 naira, including earnings from IGR channels, Federation accounts, allocation committee, grants from multilateral organizations, and income from other revenue sources. The governor expressed his plan to finance the deficit of over 4 billion, partly by new borrowings estimated at over 3 billion. About 50% of this borrowing, he said, will be sourced externally, while the balance will be sourced locally.
So our budget today and the way it was presented shows clearly that we are now determined to start afresh, rebuild our state, construct roads, eradicate insecurity, make our state conducive for investments, both local and foreign, to flow into the economy. So all these require a lot of thinking, doing things differently, and ensuring that there is a clear departure from the past. Infrastructure has about 17% of the budget, but it's not the largest. Healthcare has about 20%, and education has about 20% and healthcare 15%. So what we have done with this budget is to ensure that we rein in cost of governance and improve on things that will improve people's welfare. So when you are talking about education, then you are empowering the people to be the best they can be and be available for the kind of jobs that the 21st century offers.
The new Nigerian political party, NNPP, has urged President Bola Ahmed Tinubu not to influence the ongoing Kano governorship Supreme Court case. The party's appeal was made during its Northwest Zone's special prayer organized to support Kano Governor Abba Yusuf Kabir's victory at the Supreme Court. About 500 clerics who led prayers for Governor Yusuf urged the Supreme Court to rule in his favor. They emphasized that God was watching President Tinubu, drawing parallels with the history of the Second Democratic Republic, which faced military intervention due to high-handedness and dominating tactics of ruling political parties.
Here for a dua prayer section for the peace and justice for our party NNPP in Kano State for our mandates. We are here to pray for Almighty Allah to grant us success in the upcoming our court cases in the Supreme Court, and pray for the Almighty Allah for the victims. What recently happened at Kaduna at Tudumbiri community.
We believe the judiciary will stand and face the reality, because this is their own area, and they have to make sure they deliver justice, because Nigerians is the last hope of the common man, the judiciary. So we should not be calling the president here, because he is the head of executive, not the judiciary. So we should not interfere in this.
From other parts of Africa, Kenya's President William Ruto says his country is out of danger of over-indebtedness, praising his economic policy despite public anger at tax hikes and subsidy cuts. The head of state said this in Nairobi at a public ceremony marking 60 years of independence for the former British colony. Ruto gave no figures on the current level of public debt, but pointed out that gross domestic product GDP had grown by 5.4% over the past 6 months. The Kenyan economy was severely shaken by COVID, followed by the shockwaves of war in Ukraine and a historic drought in the Horn of Africa, resulting in empty coffers, galloping inflation, and a plunging currency. Outside Africa, the United Nations General Assembly has voted to demand an immediate humanitarian ceasefire in war-torn Gaza in a rebuke to the United States, which has repeatedly blocked ceasefire calls in the UN Security Council. A majority of 153 nations voted for the ceasefire resolutions in the General Assembly's emergency special session, while 10 voted against and 23 abstained. While the General Assembly vote is politically significant and seen as wielding moral weight, it is non-binding, unlike a Security Council resolution. The U.S. last week voted or vetoed a ceasefire resolution in the smaller Security Council, which had been approved by a majority of the powerful 15-member body.
The result of the vote is as follows: 153 in favor, 10 against, 23 abstentions. Draft Resolution A/ES10/L27 has been adopted.
Australia, alongside 152 other countries, was among the countries which voted in favour. In doing so, we joined Canada, New Zealand, Japan, France and India, and many other countries.
In business news, the Bureau of Public Enterprises has said that it intends to sell remaining 40% shares of the government in electricity distribution companies on the capital market in 2024. It said the BPE may also take 4 other assets to the market in 2024. The Director General BPE, Mr. Alex Oko, disclosed this during a media chat in Abuja on Tuesday. The other assets include Eleme Petrochemicals Company Limited, Nigeria Reinsurance, Nikon Insurance, and the Nigeria Machine Tools in Oshogbo. Oko said the original intent of the government following the partial privatization of Discos was to list its 40% on the stock market in a bid to democratize its ownership to more Nigerians, not just a core group of investors. In entertainment news, American actor and comedian Chris Rock has declined an offer to host the Golden Globes in 2024. Rock, along with Ali Wong and Smartless host Will Arnett, Sean Hayes, and Jason Bateman, turned down the opportunity to head up the award ceremony in Hollywood on January 7, according to the CNN. It will be recalled that the last time Rock hosted a major award ceremony was at the 2022 Oscars, where Will Smith came on stage and slapped him across the face over a joke he made about Jada Pinkett Smith's shaved head. Ali Wong was also approached to host the Globes this year, but she declined the gig. Co-hosts of the podcast Smartless, Will Arnett, Sean Hayes, and Jason Bateman have also turned down the offer, according to reports. Although Amy Poehler and Tina Fey have co-hosted the Globes 4 times before, there is a slim chance they will return in 2023. Finally, sports news. Manchester United's slim chance of Champions League last 16 spot ended with a 1-0 defeat by group winners Bayern Munich at Old Trafford on Tuesday, piling more misery on Erik ten Hag's beleaguered team in an already rocky season. The 3-time European champions needed to beat Bayern in their group stage finale on Tuesday, and hope Copenhagen's game against visiting Galatasaray ended in a draw. Neither happened as Kingsley Coman slotted home from close range in the 70th minute for Bayern, who were unbeaten in Group A to finish with 16 points and had the jubilant away fans singing "Football's Coming Home" in the dying seconds. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Cars have become a very important part of our everyday modern lives, mainly for transportation and for a few, a display of wealth, a show of luxury. Cars are a way to keep history, a nostalgic reminder of our past lives, and this is what this classic car show, which recently held in Lagos, achieved. Car lovers from different parts of the country attended, and owners showed off their vintage cars. Some of the car owners tell us of how their love for vintage cars began.
This is a 1966 Mustang Shelby Cobra, and I've had it for about 7 years now. So it was handed over. So I had a family who had it for 50 plus years. So they wanted to sell it, and I got it from them. When you drive these cars, you have to be attentive to what you're doing. When you drive a car that you can put a cruise control, you tend to get reckless. Now you have to be very attentive because you have to be sure what you're doing. You have to be in control to drive the car versus I can push a button and the car drives by itself. So, but I've always been into them. I mean, I drive the newer ones, but I've always wanted something like this. I've always had them. I can work on them myself if I wanted to. Like change the oils, change the oil, change the plugs. I can do that because they're relatively easy to do.
That's cars from the day my father taught me how to drive. And in fact, that's one of the inspiration for my own car, which is a classic Mercedes 2.6 liter 190E. Yeah, so that's really from learning how to drive and spending time with my father on Father's Day. I think it's important as any woman, if a car breaks down, you must know your water levels, you must know the engine is overheating, you must know your tire pressures, you must know what kind of fuel you are having, the type of oil as well. So those things are quite important. I must be able to listen to the engine, car, things like that.
I generally liked cars as a whole from when I was young, and I think there's something about classic cars that's just of a particular look, of a particular date, for me in particular, that is so attractive. Well, you know that we have a lot of people who have an interest in vintage cars, and this is why we have the club. So essentially, it is Nigeria, but look at the turnout today. And we have members that didn't come today with their cars. So there's quite a following. There are quite people passionate about classic cars.
The first car I ever drove was my dad's Volvo from the 70s, a P1800 Volvo, and I'm still hoping I can buy one day, but that's the first car I ever drove. When I say drove, the car wouldn't start one morning. We're living in Europe. The car wouldn't start. So he had me sit in it. So he and my elder brother, who had more muscles, could push. And he just showed me how to work the legs to jump start it once we had some momentum. So I always tell people that's the first car I ever drove.
Apart from the classic car owners, we met a Nigerian car designer who built his own Nigerian brand car called Twim Custom Cars Nigeria.
We started pimping cars since 1984. We were concentrating on the Santanas, the VW Santana cars. And we did a lot of those until they took...
It's a family event. Kids have brought their fathers out to celebrate Father's Day with them. I have a friend who brought her dad. He's an elderly statesman at this point. She brought him out to come and enjoy this event with us.
If you look at it, classic cars are a way to keep history, especially as every car has a story.
I think you're spot on. Otherwise, none of these cars, you have people still chopping cars up and shipping them out as scrap metal, you know. But if you preserve them, you have cars from this is a 1953 Buick here, there's a Chevy from 1955, a Morris from 1964, my MG is from 1977, it's 46 years old now. So we are preserving history.
We hope classic car shows like this evolve to educational forums for families and schools. And who knows, it might just lead eventually to Nigeria's first car museum. Fumi Unajefe, reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Enterprises, MSMEs, are major drivers of innovation and economic growth. But in developing countries like Nigeria, small businesses are experiencing early-stage business failure due to lack of business sustainability strategies. Nigeria is home to over 36.9 million SMEs, comprising 96.7% of all businesses in Nigeria. 67% are youth-owned. SMEs contribute over 45% to the country's gross domestic product (GDP), with 98.8% of them in the micro cadre. They account for nearly 90% of the jobs in the country. Therefore, as SMEs grow and sustain themselves in business, they create more jobs, which will lead to prosperity for more and less insecurity across the country. Now, despite being the backbone of the country's economy, contributing significantly to economic growth, job creation, and poverty reduction, MSMEs still battle limited access to finance, inadequate infrastructure, high cost of input, a difficult business environment with inflation being of pressing concern. On the show today, we'll focus on MSMEs as rising inflation concerns therefore their operations and sustainability. Welcome to Business Insights on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Now, before we get into the discussion proper, market women at Tedros Show have been urged to make the most of simple technological tools to scale up their businesses and accelerate growth. This advice was given during a She-enabled sensitization program organized by the Enterprise Growth and Opportunities Ego Foundation at the market in Lagos. Details now. Nigeria is experiencing inflation. Most women are depressed and struggling with their businesses. They are helpless, and most of them are victims of mismanagement due to lack of proper financial management. So it is apt that these young people from the Ego Foundation take time to distribute multilingual pamphlets on the importance of maintaining written or computerized records of their sales and stock.
And this is what I know I'm able to make. These are the things that we want to teach you. I sell this thing.
Back here at this hall, women listen with rapt attention on how they can be financially included with the help of their mobile phones. The session is interactive.
I think they will charge about 800 and something, let's say 1,000 naira. Then how do you reach out to those kind of group members?
Roland Ajetomobi is a serial entrepreneur. He is here to share knowledge and insights with the market women and entrepreneurs on the best way to go.
At the moment you are able to have a mobile device and you can subscribe to that device with internet and data, and you also have a bank account, you can use that device to make money.
Toluwaṣe Olaniyan is a convener. He shares the idea behind desensitization and also speaks on plans to extend the program to other markets.
And for us, it is instructive at this time, right, and very, very important, helping women, supporting women through becoming better at their businesses. Of course, around where we have large markets and on the South communities. So we've been to Alimosho, been to Mushin. So the next stop, we're going to Ikorodu, we're going to, Fai, Egbeda, Badagry. Places where we can harness a large number of businesses. It's almost natural for women to be excluded, financially. A few people feel it's expensive. Few people feel it's for the high class. So what we're trying to now do is to take it to the inner roots and help them understand the essence of this and how this can become a lot better.
This petty trader is overjoyed about the knowledge learned. She, like other women, are speaking with one voice on how their horizon have been expanded.
I'm happy because I know that the various women that comes here will be benefited.
You need to mix to have people they can afford what you are selling on your status. In your group or your WhatsApp, your Facebook.
I'm not limited to these shop things of a thing. I can easily broadcast it online and how to also reach out to other group members.
Felicia and Olajumoke are just few out of many who have benefited from the She Enabled program, which aims to help women improve their trade, showcase their businesses on digital platforms, upgrade their bookkeeping skill, and at the same time get connected to advisors and global funding opportunities. All right, welcome back from that feature on entrepreneurship and women development in business. Well, moving on now to the subject matter for today. The relentless rise in prices of goods and services has had a profound impact on SMEs, affecting their operations, profitability, and overall sustainability. Despite these challenges, Nigerian SMEs are resilient and resourceful. With the right strategies and support, they can continue to drive economic growth and create jobs. My guest, Nnamdi Ibe, is a certified management consultant with the International Council of Management Consulting Institute with over 15 years of experience. Over the years, over 600 businesses have been able to overcome the break-even stage through his expertise in management and strategic business growth. Nnamdi has authored over 15 books on business startups, business operations, human resources, and organizational structure, among others. He sits on the management board and board of directors of multiple organizations and is a member of the Forbes Coaches Council. Ibe is the founder of the Organized Small Business Academy, where small business owners learn practical and simple way to structure their small businesses. Many thanks for joining me, Nnamdi, on Business Insights.
Thank you very much, Justin.
All right, it is indeed a pleasure to have you on the show. It is really a sad one because I have spoken to so many businesses, small businesses, and their main concern right now is that they are not really profitable anymore since May 29, when the nation announced, or the president rather announced the end to fuel subsidy. Everything skyrocketed. Prices, the economy, just was like so going so high, and even small businesses have been impacted by these policies. But before now, there was a report that said that most small businesses die in their first 5 years because of some issues. How would you really rate small businesses' growth and development in Nigeria?
Okay, so here's my approach to not just small businesses, but businesses in general.
All right.
I think majority of the successes for any business, whether it is small, medium, or large, is dependent on who is sitting at the helm of affairs, who is in control, who is making decisions for the business. Now, you will see situations where A lot of, for example, in our Nigerian economy, a lot of Nigerian business owners are complaining about the business environment and how harsh it is. But yet, some people come from outside Nigeria, come in here, face the challenges, and succeed. So there's something they know, there's something they are conscious of that makes them succeed, where many of us in Nigeria are unable to succeed. So I think the decision maker for every business is a key strategic factor as to why a business succeeds or fails. And I say this frequently: where you are today in your business is your fault. Where you would be tomorrow is your responsibility. Regardless of where you are today in your business, where you are today in your business is your fault. Where you would be tomorrow is your responsibility. And I can prove it. Who started the business? Who chose the business name? Who chose the business line? Who hired the employees? Who chose the location of operations? You made all those decisions that led to where you are today. If you had chosen a different line of business, you probably would have a different set of problems. If you had chosen a different location, you probably would have had a different set of problems. Basically, what I'm saying is the responsibility for success of your business, regardless of the difficulties in the environment, the policies, it still boils down on you. Nokia, for example, started with, I think, making detergents or something ridiculous. Now eventually they started making phones. Lamborghini started making tractors, and then they pivoted and started making luxury cars. And so it's how you see, when you change the way you see things, the things you see change.
All right, that's a very good way to start it. So the overall direction per se of the business actually falls on the entrepreneur himself and the owner. Okay, fine. In our pre-chat, when we were discussing this yesterday, you talked about some useful strategies that businesses can actually, adopt, in trying times such as the ones that we are facing right now. Can you share some of them?
All right, fine. And I'd like to start by sharing a little story. Many years ago in my first business, I used to sell women's shoes, clothes, and bags. From me, you promise you won't laugh. I used to sell women's shoes, clothes, and bags, and I would bring them from outside Nigeria and bring them to Port Harcourt, where I was staying at the time, and then I'd try to sell. But I noticed that even though I was putting in a lot of energy into that business, I was struggling. I wasn't making money. So it took some, I say this sometimes, if you truly are building a business that will stand the test of time, you will get to those moments where you ask yourself, should I just drop this thing and go and pick up my CV? And so it was in one of those moments, I just did an evaluation of the things I was spending my time on and the things that actually brought money into the business. I realized that I was spending money on sorting the goods, traveling to go and buy the goods, reviewing which items were good and which items were bad. Those activities were not bringing money into the business. The activities that were bringing money into the business were me making phone calls, me doing marketing, me putting those products in different stores, me posting on Instagram, on WhatsApp, doing those activities that bring money. And so what happened, after that realization, because I tried to focus my attention on those things, was that it became easier for me to do a lot more, to make a lot more and get a lot more from my businesses. It is from that experience that these 5 strategies I'm going to share with you came from, because they worked for me and they worked for a lot of my clients. The first strategy is traffic.
It's traffic.
Traffic. The first strategy is traffic, yes.
Okay.
Look, there are 2 kinds of businesses. Businesses that serve to very few people and charge a large amount of money. Then there are those that serve to, that charge very smaller amounts but have to serve multiple people. For you to serve multiple people, you need to have enough people knocking on your door, looking for you and trying to do business with you. That means the one question you should ask yourself when you wake up every morning is, what are the things I can do today to make a lot of people pay attention and try to do business with me? That's called generating traffic.
All right.
For example, some people will post once on social media and rest and hope miraculously that angels will come from somewhere. Or you just open your business, post a signboard there, and you wait. No matter how much you pray and fast from January to December, the angels will answer in heaven, but you still need to draw people's attention.
Okay.
Let me digress a little. See what this incredible comedian and musician is doing, Nasboy, with his song. He's collaborating with everybody to draw attention. That's traffic.
Okay. Look,
yes, your business does not require as much passion as you think it does. Passion is 5%. The remaining 95% is discipline. Majority of the things you need to do for your business to succeed don't require passion, they require discipline. You don't need passion to pay your shop rent. You don't need passion to pay your staff salaries. You don't need passion to show up every day. You need discipline, because you won't feel like showing. Justin, even you who is working where you are, it's not every day you feel like showing up for work. You show up because of discipline.
Of course.
So you need to be conscious of consistency. This is where you set up parameters, you set up things that make sure you show up every day. For example, if you have 5 key things that you must do for your business every day, you wake up in the morning and you attend to those 5 things first. Do that consistently for 30 days. Your business will feel it.
All right.
That's number 2. Number 3 is packaging.
Packaging.
So let me explain it this way. Justin, I saw one of the pictures you sent to me. I know you don't like to wear ties, but you're wearing a tie. It's packaging. See, let nobody deceive you. In the Bible, it is only God that sees what is inside the heart. All of us will see what's outside. True. And so I'm wearing a suit, not necessarily because I like suits, but I have to. There are places you go to eat, Justin, and the way they will arrange their bar.
Hunger will catch you by force.
When they bring the bill, I'm telling you, when they bring the bill for you to eat, you won't complain.
Yeah.
But there are places that they bring it and they bring the bill, you start to complain. It's the same Eba. It's just packaging. So I'm not saying spend a lot of money, rebranding and packaging. No, but you
do something that will stand you out.
Things like at your small level, a small branded waterproof, a thank you note, a small chocolate, different things you can put together just to make your product different from other people. I went to a supermarket some months ago and I saw where they package crayfish so neatly. We didn't need it in the house. I bought it. Packaging. So that's 3. Number 4, focus on the market.
On your market.
Focus on the market. The market.
So okay.
What do I mean? Many people want to sell what they want to sell, not what the market wants to buy.
But then you have to identify what the market is then.
Exactly. So let me give you a practical example. All the books I have written, I did not start writing it until I had sold 50 copies on pre-order. That for me is a litmus test. My partner and I own a fashion brand called After 30 Classics, and we started that business by testing the market first. We made samples, wore the samples, did photo shoots, and put it out there for people to indicate if they were interested first. So we are creating something for the market first, not just what we want to sell. The market tells you they want to buy cupcakes. You say it's wedding cake you want to make, and you will stick with wedding cakes. My brother, my sister, please sell cupcakes.
Okay.
Sell cupcakes. So focus on the market, create offers that appeal to the market. Create offers. Speak the language that the market will understand. So it's not about you. It's about what the market is willing and able to buy.
All right.
And then finally, the fifth strategy is structure. Now, for you to be able to do everything I have mentioned, you need structure. What is structure? Structure is you being able to have the right people in the right roles, doing the right work, so you get the right results.
All right.
Structure is the right people in the right roles, doing the right work, obeying the right policies so that you get the right results.
Okay, so you have to get the right
Bible
people,
says it.
and you also have to be at the right place as well.
So the right place to me is the place that allows you to serve the market the best.
So how do you go about identifying the right place?
The market would, so when we look at place, it depends on the kind of business that you are doing. Here's an example. My consulting business, my fashion business, the academy that I own, 3 of them are domiciled in Port Harcourt, but our clients are all over Nigeria, all over the world. We have people attending, and we do business with them from everywhere. So location is really irrelevant here.
Okay.
But we also own a hotel. That hotel is domiciled in Port Harcourt. Now, the hotel, we have to be conscious of the environment where the hotel is. You get the point that I'm making. So the nature of your business will determine how you will approach this location issue. But my thinking is this: be conscious of one fact and one fact only. Where will you stay that is the cheapest, most affordable, from which you can serve your clients, from which you can serve the market?
All right, Andy, for some sake of time, I understand you actually have put the bulk of your ideas in a particular book which you just authored. Can you just share about what it is about, really?
So Organized is a simple book that helps you put together some of these things I had mentioned. It helps you set up a structure for your small business. So in the book, I talk about the important things you need to put in place for your small business to stand and make more money without pressure, so much pressure on you, for you to be able to make money consistently in your business. Because many business owners would make money today, they don't make tomorrow.
All right.
So what are the things you need to do that will help you with marketing, that will help you with staffing at your small level, that will help you with, the basics you need to set in place, even if you're the only one in your business.
All right.
That's what I put together in the book.
Okay.
Yes.
All
Organize
right.
how to structure your small business.
What's it called again? How to structure? Organized. Okay.
Organized. How to structure your small business.
All right, Andy, indeed, we'll have to bring you again on the show because there's a whole lot to talk about business goals and all of that. You cannot really exhaust everything in 30 minutes.
Very true.
Yeah, Nnamdi Ibe, many thanks for joining me. Nnamdi Ibe has been my guest. He is a business consultant, a serial entrepreneur, and you can actually follow him, Nnamdi the Surgeon, on Instagram. That's the size of the show for today. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for being there. We'll see you again next time.
it's very important because most people don't know what people go through. You know, celebrities will always try to put up this strong front. People see us like, oh, I look up to them. They don't cry, they don't suffer, they don't go through depression, they don't have any problems. So for me, as a person, I always like to share my experience with people because I want them to learn from how I've used those experiences to become a better person.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
That's very easy. I'll just share one. That's very easy. See, guys, a lot of people see me now slaying and doing a lot of things. They're like, Brian, because see, you be fine boy now, you know how to be now. You got it easy, or you know, things better when you day. But it's not always like. Let me tell you guys something, man, guys. My first 2 years, as anything, as a model, as an entertainer, as an actor, I didn't get one job. I'm not talking about 2 weeks. I'm not talking about 3 months. I'm not talking about one. I'm not talking about 6 months. I'm talking about 2 years. So 2 years I was sitting at home. Not like I wasn't working, not like I wasn't going for castings, not like I wasn't doing whatever others were doing. I didn't get anything, guys. So put that to what you're going through now. Do you get? Because some people get out of school and they're like, I've not made it, man. It's been like 6 months, man. Nothing happened. Bye-bye. 2 years. But here we are. So what I'm trying to say is that everybody has their own timeline. Everybody has their own story. So don't use that to say, don't be looking at somebody else's success and say, because it happened to Rami, what's happened to me in 1 week. Bye-bye, no.
Nobody knows I went through the hardship of life and I went through my ups and downs, and I just had only one person who was actually there for me, which was my mom anyways. So I had a rocky university days. I think people don't know that. I actually went to 3 universities and ended up finishing in one shop.
I drove into a filling station and I was meant to get fuel, 4,000. Do you understand? Probably the guy that was selling, he used to be my fan when I was working, you know, in the radio as a presenter. But like, oh, Baba, now you Casey Brown, Baba. He got confused. He gave me full tank instead of 4,000. Do you understand? So, and then I don't have up to that amount to fix it up because in real, I don't get up. All I have with me is 4,000 naira for the fuel and 8,000 naira to buy a fuel cleanser to put in my car. And the guy, so I bought the fuel. I told him, okay, fine. I'll bring you 8,600 because he was begging me, God will sack me, it's not my fault. I was okay, fine, I'll bring you 8,600. Bro, I got so busy. I forgot about even giving the guy 8,600. The guy went straight to my Facebook and was like, stop living a fake life. You came to our filling station, you came to buy fuel for credit, they don't want to pay, come and pay me my money, blah, 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 stop faking a fake, stop. I was like, this same dude that was begging me, my boss will sack me, it's my fault. And I was like, I will pay. I entered my car. As soon as I saw that thing, I zoomed straight to the station. They said the guy has been fired. The manager there was begging me. They called the guy in Ikorodu. He went straight and dropped that post himself. I didn't do it. And the manager said, for this, because I told the guy, I said, one article online about this filling station will cost you guys a bad reputation. They said they will not pay him his balance, a salary that they're supposed to give to him. But I ended up pleading for him. Do you understand? So that is what we get every now and then.
I've worked over 12 jobs in my life. Wow. Yeah, I cleaned the lavatory on the plane.
Have you said that anywhere?
I think on Big Brother I did.
Oh, okay.
I said, stop telling them all those things. I'm like, it's part of my journey. You know, it just reminds me of where I came from. You know, I wasn't born with a silver spoon, but of course my parents were comfortable growing up. But I had to work hard. You know, I had to work hard. So being where I am today, I always think about what I did back in the day, how far I've come, and this is only the beginning. I know that the sky is just the starting point. It's definitely not the limit. So yeah.
There was a time in my life I just moved out of home. I wanted to be a man on my own terms. So I moved out of home, left the family business, and I went to quote-unquote hustle. I moved in with a friend of mine who lived in Shomolu. I was so broke because I had nothing. I took nothing from home. That I had to walk from Shomolu to Surulere every day for a year and a half. I had no money. I could barely afford one meal a day. My job at that point, even after graduating from university, was distributing flyers on the streets of Lagos. What that taught me about myself was that I had a never say die attitude, and I have the strength and resilience to face any circumstance. I came out of that stronger. Like sometimes I look back now and I realize if I could have survived that time, then really there are only a few challenges that will come to me or come my way that I wouldn't be able to survive. And with that kind of confidence, I think everybody, when you figure out what it is about you that is special, with that confidence, you can surmount almost every issue that comes your way.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Kober, welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
Hello. I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
The sheep need about a hectare a day, that is.
A hectare every day?
Yes, a hectare for 700 sheep.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought.
Das ist das Schlachthaus hier und hier werden wir das gleich drin machen.
What was it like for you the first time?
You don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much. Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying. You don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it. But we'll manage.
Wir schaffen das schon. Wir schaffen das.
Oh God.
Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything afterwards.
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen.
That was it.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's like a real gun.
Yeah.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God.
Höchster Punkt.
Ja.
Verbindungslinie.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Immer den Finger weg.
Ja.
So. Aufsetzen.
On the head and pull the trigger.
Ja.
Messer.
Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig. Durch.
And again.
Muss man einmal.
Oh God, Jesus. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat er's geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that. I've killed an animal.
Super geschossen, wirklich.
Great shot, really.
Wirklich sehr gut.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected.
Das bedeutet dann aber auch
This
so,
isn't mass
es ist ja keine
production.
Masse so, ne? Also dann kann ja nicht jeder
Not
immer
everybody
dann
can
halt
get
so
a
einen
lamb
Lamm
like this.
haben, mehr oder weniger.
Das ist so. Das ist
That's
so. Aber
true.
das macht's auch wieder besonders.
But that's
Und
what
das
makes
ist auch
it
wieder das,
special.
da haben wir den
And it's what makes it sustainable. People approach the whole thing in a different way, especially with an animal like this.
Essen, gerade bei so einem Tier. Genau.
We still need to get rid of the guts.
Genau. Einmal über Nacht in die Kühlung. Wenn's abtropfen.
Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will forever be burned into my mind. The noises, the sounds, the smells, but it's the only way that sustainably eating meat is actually possible, because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever going to walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm going to eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
Yes!
About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process, mainly the pelt and the guts. That looks great.
Da haben wir es. Dann Bratwurst als erstes.
How about a sausage for starters?
Dann
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. It's really important to focus on things that you're passionate about. Even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through my medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing. If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you. If there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screening in real time. Look at tech enabling yourself, right? Using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID. As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning new things about the disease that then changes the policy environment, that then changes the rules. You'll know you're adapting in the right way if you're maintaining your clients, if you're maintaining quality and you're maintaining satisfaction with what you're doing. I know it may sound like a bit of a luxury to be in a position where you can do all of these things because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this and in fact, not only surviving the pandemic, but actually thriving in the context of all of the challenges that COVID-19 has brought.
Readjusting your career can be difficult, no doubt, particularly if your plan was to have one of the coolest jobs ever, flying a plane. But we know the pandemic has been an utter nightmare for the travel business. The global airline body IATA says air traffic this year is expected to be 66% lower than last. So it's been a huge mess for the sector up to this point, and even with bookings slowly recovering, German flagship carrier Lufthansa has suggested that would-be pilots in its prestigious Flight Academy might have to rethink their plans.
Flying free as a bird over majestic landscapes, it's an appealing prospect for many. The videos about Lufthansa's pilot training program in the United States are a favorite with Lukas Heim. The 22-year-old moved to Bremen a year ago with his girlfriend to start his training at the European Flight Academy, the Lufthansa Group's training school in Germany. Now they're packing up and leaving Bremen. In March, the course was suspended. 700 would-be pilots were left hanging. For Lukas, it's been a very trying time.
They just kept stalling and putting us off. First they said the course would start up again in May, then in September, then next January. Since it's all so unclear, it's time for us to leave. We can't keep paying rent for this flat. We came to Bremen so that I could become a pilot and Svea could go to university. But our time here is now over.
After many months in a kind of suspended animation, would the training resume or wouldn't it, Lukas and Svea made the difficult decision to give up and go home.
We had a plan when we moved here. Lukas was going to complete his training. And now we're leaving again, and he hasn't completed it. It's like running in a marathon and turning back halfway and never reaching the finish line.
Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline, was brought to its knees by the collapse in air travel caused by the pandemic. It was saved from bankruptcy by a €9 billion bailout. Half its fleet remains grounded. The head of Lufthansa Aviation Training, Stefan Kenan-Scheib, says the airline has 1,000 pilots more than it needs.
We tell our student pilots quite candidly that the prospects for becoming a pilot are very, very bad right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial situation of the Lufthansa Group. We're losing €500 million every month. It's our duty to be open to the students and tell it like it is.
Most aviation industry analysts say the demand for pilots after the pandemic is hardly likely to soar. They don't see air travel picking up significantly until 2025. Most of the youngsters who have had to halt their training need a job to get by. Caroline Bösner was in the United States when she heard the course had been suspended. Now she's back living with her parents in Leipzig and working at an Amazon logistics center.
It wasn't easy, but I had to take a pragmatic approach. I knew I couldn't just sit around at home. I had to do something. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to make some money. You don't earn anything as a student pilot. On the contrary, it's more like burning money.
Many student pilots now find themselves in a precarious financial situation. They are by far not the only group of people in need of work, as the pandemic and ensuing lockdown measures shuttered entire industries.
People who worked in tourism or food service are coming to us. They say either they need a job as a stopgap measure or they want to change careers entirely.
Caroline Bösner says for her, working at Amazon is temporary. She's not given up her long-standing dream of becoming a pilot. She remains as committed as ever.
I absolutely still want to fly. I'm not going to give up on my dream. It's anchored within me and it's not going to go away. I flew all over Florida. It was fantastic. And then suddenly I was back in cold Germany. I can't imagine doing anything else. So I have to find a way to finish my training. If need be, without Lufthansa.
200 minimum.
The enthusiasm may be great, but facts on the ground are not encouraging. Lufthansa has recommended its students actually give up rather than wait for the course to restart. If they complete the programme, they're going to be charged €80,000, and they won't have the guarantee of a job, as used to be the case. Lucas's father, Christopher Heim, is appalled. He's been a pilot at Lufthansa for 32 years.
Na, da könnte man auf den Begriff Nötigung kommen.
This sounds to me rather like coercion. If I agree to terminate the training contract, everything will be fine. If I don't and want to fulfill my dream, then a huge sum of money comes due. I don't like that. I think it's dishonorable.
It's quiet and empty at the European Flight Academy in Bremen. This is the first time Lukas Heim has been inside since March. He too remains determined to become a pilot, despite the difficult conditions prevailing right now. Though he says he doesn't yet know how he's going to do that.
What I would like is for them to say, when we restart pilot training, we'll take you guys first, or that they at least certify our test results.
But Lufthansa has not made any such commitment. Nor does CEO Carsten Spohr have any words of encouragement for the students. He's already indicated that Lufthansa will have no more work for tens of thousands of its employees.
As with all professions and at all German universities, there are no guarantees of jobs in the future. And that is the case here too. Aviation remains a fascinating industry for young people too. But I think we have to face reality. In the years ahead, there are going to be too many people for the jobs available. Anybody planning a career in aviation has to take this into account.
The pandemic could end the dreams of an entire generation of would-be pilots.
"2020 has brought dread, distress, and disappointment, sure, but there are exceptions. E-commerce has seen an unprecedented boom. And with people having second thoughts about standing in line at crowded malls, trade experts believe online shopping revenue in Germany will be up almost 20% this year. But my colleague Olaf Krieger feels Christmas is not about the presents. It's what we make of it, now more than ever.
Christmas is what we make of it.
Oh, how joyfully, oh, how merrily, Christmas comes with its grace divine.
Christmas comes with grace in this of all years? Really?
Krieger, is that you?
Erika!
What are you doing here?
How about a bit of Christmas in these troubled times?
Come on in, we can decorate and we can chat.
You have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. How many altogether?
I have 3 kids of my own, 2 girls and a boy, 5 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren.
What's your favorite Christmas memory?
My childhood, with my parents and grandparents and with my kids when they were little, in the Ore Mountains.
And who helped decorate?
Just me.
Alone?
Yes. I start putting up the decorations in early December, but I wait until the 23rd to get the tree ready. Not a day earlier.
No one helps?
I don't want any help.
How about the food?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Christmas Eve is lentils with sausages. The next day, potato salad and maybe roast goose with red cabbage and kale from this garden.
From your garden?
Yes. So tell me, Krieger, how is Christmas with your family? Do you spend Christmas at home or do you go somewhere?
I'm going to try to be with my mother, but it might not be possible. She's in a home, and I may not be allowed in. But we hope that whatever the conditions, we can celebrate Christmas and be together. We can make that happen somehow. I hope. But suppose we can't meet up the way we used to at Christmas.
Yeah, if my son comes, we'll sit together with him and my daughter-in-law and my grandchild. And for everyone else, we have the phone.
Our Christmas lights. Suddenly people are so important again. Forget about the presents. Christmas won't be cancelled. It'll just be different. Let's have more light.
Let's have more light. What a splendid idea. That's our show. Thanks for watching. See you back here next week.
My name is David Oladimeji Olukemi-Mako, a son of Awa, Ijebu, Ogun State. Here is my good old days story. I was born in Ibadan at St. Mary's Catholic Hospital, Oluyoro, Okiofa, to the family of Abraham Olukoya, Adeyinka Mako, and my mother, Olabisi, the only child of her mother, was from Iba, Imobi, in the Ijebu Waterside area of Ogun State. I was raised by maternal grandmother, Madam Odilia Taiwo, Mami Ekotado. I was a gifted fisherman even before I turned 10 years old. I left the village of Itasin for Ibadan, and I got enrolled at St. Saviour's African Church School, Ekotado, Ibadan. Ibadan then became my world, where table tennis took all my attention in those growing old days. Traversing the various playing locations like Agbokojo, Racecourse Ibadan, and Liberty Stadium in search of fame and fortune. And as a young boy, I was very rascally and had my fair share of youthful exuberances. Ibadan Grammar School offered me opportunity for both education and sports. The school tempered my deviance, and the boarding house provided me enough activities to refocus for the future. Sincerely, for me then, no real role models beyond peer group influence. I had friends who were very studious. I tagged along, and I was better for it. Oliver Baptist High School, Oyo, and University of Ibadan provided enough experiences that shaped my life and contributed largely to my modest accomplishments in life. Of course, Lagos State welcomed me after my National Youth Service year, and since then, there was no looking back. I must admit that Lagos remains a land of opportunities and a great state for those who dream and labor. As I take a look back and mirror into the past, I saw exciting and memorable moments. Moments where the economy seems to be working. Moments where security was not a major issue on the front burner. Moments where communal spirits were high and trust issues were no challenges. So I wondered, where did we get it wrong? Will our children believe us when we say we had so much fun in those days? I appreciate how far this country has come from a population of 45 million in 1960 to 200 million plus today within the same land space. We need to now begin to be positive in our response to Nigeria. Our challenge now is to focus on how we can change the narrative. How instead of talking about good old days, be projecting into a future that is greater than our past. I am an accomplice and partner in this drive and desire to make our tomorrow better than our today. Shemore, I'm with you all the way in this journey. God bless our nation. God bless Nigeria.
Hello and welcome. On this episode on One-on-One today, I'm speaking with a professional with over 18 years experience. His name is Azeez Abida. Now, those who have worked with him say he possesses strong leadership qualities and management skills. He has worked in about 12 industries, including general management, corporate finance, portfolio management, investment banking, private equity and financial advisory. He's the former CEO of IHS Rwanda, one of the top 10 largest companies in Rwanda with an estimate of 50 million annual revenue. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Abida.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your time. My first question to you is, like, you've done all of these things. What are you up to now?
Well, right now I left IHS in September, so I decided to take time to write a book and I consult for a lot of companies now, about 3-4, on structuring themselves for growth and helping them position themselves for funding and the rest. Then also spending some time setting up my foundation to, give back to society as we go. Yeah, so that's more like.
So now that you're in control of your own time, are you busier than when you worked for companies?
Yes. Right now, I can't remember the last time I slept before 3 a.m. I still get my 6 hours daily, but I sleep almost 3 a.m. daily now because you're in control and you just feel like this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this, and then you're juggling. Before it was like one company you're working for. Now you're juggling about 3 companies together to make sure, okay, yes, tomorrow morning we need to go for an investor presentation, make sure this is ready, and things like that. So it's much busy now.
Oh, wow. Okay, so every time we hear this word corporate governance, how do we ensure that companies follow through with it? We only just being another tick box exercise.
I think we are beyond the age of corporate governance being a tick box now. It's now companies are looking for, there are very few companies out there that are not looking for funding. And when you talk about those, when you look at the companies that are looking for funding, investors are very focused on those sort of things. You cannot just come to an investor and he says, okay, if I give you money, how do I ensure it's safe? So those are areas that are really becoming more and more critical. So if you treat it as a tick box now, you'll most likely pay for it really big. So corporate governance is extremely important, especially since 2008 when we have this whole financial crisis, and it's been that way since then. So you have US implementing Sarbanes-Oxley and a lot of other policies coming into place to ensure that you can protect stakeholders in a business through corporate governance. So yeah, I don't think any company would ever treat it as a tick box anymore. It would be difficult.
Okay, well, if you say so, now let's talk about leadership.
Okay.
In Nigeria, everybody goes on about how we have a leadership problem. And every time when we talk about leadership, we look at politicians, we look at government agencies, and we assume that corporate organizations, private-owned companies would do it better. But some of them have leadership challenges. Why?
Well, I would say I think some of them is a big understatement. There is no way you don't have a leadership challenge, one or the other, whether small or big. It's the degree that varies. So if you go to some of the most advanced companies you have in the world, you would be surprised what you find when you get to their leadership. So, but the important factor to understand about leadership is that everyone is always learning on the job. We treat leaders as if they are these super robot human beings that are just there. They can't make mistakes. They would make mistakes, but they make it in different degrees. And a lot of them realize, they take a step back, and then they go forward again. So, but what differentiates a leader from every other person is actually that bird's eye view that, okay, even if I'm making a mistake, I still see the impact on everything. And then you just start filling in pieces. So you can't really say that there is no challenge of leadership anywhere. Private organizations have a lot, from controlling politics to controlling employee engagement to making sure everybody is equally treated. It's a lot of problems on the leadership side. So yeah, I don't think it's private organizations have it better scenario.
Well,
no.
We all assume they have it better.
I've never assumed that.
Okay, now let's talk also about finding. So this CEO is about to resign. Why is succeeding him always sometimes like a challenge? Why is grooming leaders to succeed people a challenge sometimes?
Well, you can't really know a successor is good until he succeeds. So it's like I always say, if I have you as a staff, you're fantastic at what you do. Then you tell me there's another guy that is behind you. I could tell you, okay, yeah, that guy is there. But the question is, you're going, I know what I get, but I don't know what I'm going to get with the next guy. So it's like an investment. You want to invest in something. Do you know the return? No.
Okay.
So technically, it's a bit difficult to go to the point. So succession planning is always something that would be a problem. So, but what companies are now doing is to make sure that even if we don't know what we're going to get, at least we can pass as much knowledge as possible to the next person. Then you introduce mentors when they take over. Okay, how do you... So like for me, when I was leaving IHS Nigeria to IHS Rwanda, I was director of FP&A for 7 years in Nigeria. Okay. Then I went to Rwanda as CEO. Now, somebody took over after me, and I spent a lot of time saying to the person, okay, how do you need to do this. These are the sort of relationships you need to build. These are the areas you need to go. So that sort of mentorship helps a lot in succession, but it is never risk-free. It's impossible because you still have the ego. You still have a lot of things that comes in place. And then you have the unwillingness of the person that left to give that person the chance to do it. So it's a lot of variables to juggle around. So yeah, it's always going to be a problem.
Is it not possible that beyond, even though of course the leader makes the company, is it not possible to create a system such a way that regardless of the leader, we're able to develop whosoever might want to succeed the CEO or the MD when he's leaving? Is it possible to ingrain it even from when they come, when we take them in as trainees, so ingrain it just before they move up?
Well, yeah, it's possible, but the point is, if you want to test that theory, let's take a country like the US. Most of these guys that are leaders in the US, they go through schools, the best schools in the world, come through one of the best political systems in the world, but do they end up being the best leaders in the world? Not really. You really can't.
Mr. Amida, let's come to our country.
No, but I'm trying to stay away from.
Why? Because I just also feel like Nigeria. So it's fantastic that you made that analysis. They go to the best schools. Yes, it doesn't always mean the same, but like in the schools in learning, there's some. They're doing projects, they're doing like different things. But Nigeria is, like we say, man no man has brought this person in, whether he has the capabilities or not, whether he has I don't even really like to look at degrees, because I always say that degrees is not character.
Well, true, I agree with you. And at the same time, I always feel it's a personal journey. What you do as a leader defines a lot about you in terms of what you've. Leadership is something that until you take it, you don't really know how much variables are in front of you. You could look at someone that says, this guy is a leader, he's not so great at what he's doing. It's easy. I can tell you. When I became CEO, I forgave every CEO I've ever worked with in my life. Because there is a lot of work, a lot of things you don't normally see. And someone told me once and said, oh, maybe that's not something, is that something you think you want to do? I said, that's the best experience in my life. I would do it anytime, any day, because it gives you so much. The pressure is huge. The government wants something, they call you. Your boss wants something from your holding company, they call you. Everyone that wants anything relating to that brand would call your name. So it's a really different ball game.
So how did you balance that?
Well, you need to find a lot of balancing everyday stuff. One, I like to distract myself a lot. I like to take myself away from work significantly. I play games. I go play games with my friends, go watch the game. Just do something that takes me away completely from everything. And I play football as much as possible. I do almost every sport that is available to do. But the aim of that is to ensure that I don't have any reason to pressure myself to the point where I can't function. And that's important, because you could really go hard on everything, and then next thing you find out, boom, you're taking it out on the staff, or taking it out on a peer or something. It's really hard to master. So I don't really believe, I believe systems work, but when people take roles, they decide what they do with it significantly. There are controls in place, but they still have a lot of role to play. So that you can't really rule that out, no matter what.
Okay, let's talk about you as a leader. So I'm glad you talked about. So your leadership style, I don't know, you correct me if I'm wrong, you're the one who has been a CEO here. I feel like there's some people that have there's an innate leadership style that they're born with. And then, along the line, as they begin to work and relate with other people and mentors, it changed. So tell us about yours. What's your leadership style and how has it evolved over the years?
Well, I think one thing that stayed constant all through me being in leadership is that if you want to lead people, you need to remove everything they can worry about outside of you. Now, what am I trying to say? I have staffs that will say, if I have a staff and he's worried about taking his kid to school, he can't concentrate. So anything I tell him, he can't do. So for me, my priority anywhere is that my guys that I'm working with, they have to be fine. When I got to Rwanda, I promoted about 35 people who basically some of them have been on roles for 7 years. So it's been because the first thing I could do was to say, it's impossible to tell this guy, go do this for me, when he's worried about how he's going to pay his bills. So you need to understand that everyone has a goal. Everyone wants to send their kid to the best schools in the world. Everyone wants to eat at the best restaurant. So it's not just you. So if you can't make that, I'm not saying just increase salary, boom, and make everything crazy. But the moment I have a budget, this is my budget, this is what I can work with. It is now down to me to say, okay, how can I use this bucket in a way that makes sense to the company and at the same time to the people? So when I was in IHS Nigeria 7 years, and my team was one of the fastest growing teams.
Oh, wow.
I think I had more managers in my team than a lot of departments had in them. So it was basically, my aim was to say, how do I grow the people? Not just growing them because they're not working. So they can now worry about me because I demand performance. So if it's only me you're worried about, then I can take away the rest. Then at least it's fine. Then I can easily say it's balanced in a way. I'm not saying I'm the perfect leader. There will always be faults everywhere here and there. A staff once told me I should go back to school to learn management. It's fine. It is view. But to me, it's the way I believe people should be led. Give them a reason to want to follow. Because followership is more of a sacrifice than leadership is. Leadership, yes, is mostly imposed. I won't say imposed is not the right word. It's mostly given. You need to have that opportunity to lead. But to follow is actually a default. So it requires you sacrificing your time to be able to help someone else get his goal up. Okay. So to me, I don't take that for granted at all. So people is extremely important in my leadership style. But every other thing is left to debate. People can tell me, oh, is this, is that. I don't know. But that is a constant.
Okay, let's take a quick break. We'll take a short break. Mr. Amida is still with us, talking about leadership and leadership challenges in a corporate organization. Stay with us.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thank you for staying with us on One-on-One. I still have Aziz Amida with me, and we're talking about leadership and leadership challenges in corporate organizations. Okay, so you've talked about your leadership style. What will you consider as the critical success factors for a leader?
People. You can't do without it. It's we could. I always say if your worry is about targets, most likely you don't have the right people. If your worry is about a lot of things, people would make everything happen. But if you cannot sort that problem out, it's impossible to conceptualize any other problem, because you will spend your days dealing with, maybe you're overpaying one person compared to the other guy. This guy is not happy. This lady here wants to be somewhere else. You spend a lot of time around. There'll be a lot of friction in the organization. So to me, having the right team that could work together, creating that environment that people could say when they wake up in the morning, they don't feel like they are under any pressure to come to work. I once had two staff who got into a very big conflict, and it lasted for a while. And I remember there was a time I was speaking with the manager. One was a manager, and they were like one reports to the other. So they were, and I said to her, I said, the important factor for me is that at the end of this whole thing, at no point should this lady feel she doesn't want to come to work. So I'm not going to tell you how to run your team, but just know my concern is that she needs to be happy with the job. So if you feel this conflict makes her happy, it's fine. If you feel it doesn't make her happy, then get it resolved. So it's important to understand that those things they're salient, because one tiny problem can basically wreck the entire chain, because what you do affects what the next person does, and it goes on and on and on like that. So if one person is not functioning well, the whole team can't function.
I feel like I should ask you follow-up questions to that. Like, how do you ensure? Because, leadership, like you said, I really don't envy leaders, because leadership is a lot of work.
Yeah.
You're managing someone's not only personality, whatever self-confidence issues they have about themselves, how they were raised, and all of that. And you have to battle and balance that and ensure that you still get, your results at the end of the day, because...
Yeah. Because what has worked for me, because I think I can read people a lot. For me personally, I could almost tell how to deal with you in 2 minutes after talking to you. I could almost tell, okay, with this person you need to be extremely firm. With this person, be soft. With this person, I used to work in an environment where we shout a lot. And there was this lady that was working with me. I never shouted on her for 6 years.
Oh, wow. How did you do that?
It would be like, okay, how does it? But to me, that's her personality. She works better when you're able to
explain
okay,
to her.
you know what, just take it easy. Go do this. Sometimes you get you get angry and you're like, oh, wow, what's this? But I never really got into that position where I'm like, unlike some other people, and you're going hard at them. But then the other lady is like, she just comes to work and is like, okay, she comes and then you talk to her calmly. People say maybe it's the way she carries herself, but no, that's her personality. She works better when she's understood, when she's allowed to think. And the moment you put her under that sort of pressure, boom. It's we used to crack this joke about this friend of mine that we work in school together. We're in school, and when you go into an exam, and if that guy is thinking, and you call his name, he has failed.
Oh wow!
He would literally forget everything he wants to write. So everyone in the class will just say, in his exam, just let this guy be. Don't talk to him. Don't do anything. And it works. So your ability, discernment is important in leadership. So these things, they look so small, but they go a long way. People look at you and think, oh, it's just that guy that does it. But no, you're paying attention to all those things, because they are extremely important to you being successful.
Interesting. Okay, let's talk about employee behavior, especially in this era of great resignation.
Okay.
How should leaders, handle that? How should companies handle that now? Because it's almost like anybody, if you just resign, they're going into, I was reading a CNN report, and it was talking about how a lot of people, are resigning even from the jobs that are well paid and just, moving on. Was it the pandemic? I don't know. Tell us about it.
Well, That's it has two sides to it. I can't really confirm or say anything about the theory of the Great Resign, but the point I know is that people would always see things from two different angles. So there is the guys who see a different opportunity to go to. They would resign. They will go because human beings are rational. So it is impossible to see a high return and go for a lower one when all things are the same. So every time you look at them, if a man is making a decision, or a woman is making a decision, they are making it because they see a better opportunity in something else. So when this whole great resign, it becomes, is a person resigning for something worse than what they had? I don't think so. So the same thing would apply. So, and it comes down to what I said earlier. If you can make people believe and have goals, and you can meet their goals on whatever they are doing, they would always feel that joy to come to work daily. But if it's the other way, if I'm stressed every time I come to work, and I know that I'm probably going to lose my life or something else if I don't pay attention, then I'll leave. So you might call it anything, but the real problem is that everyone leaving any opportunity is leaving to what they believe in their mind is a better one. Whether it turns out to be better is a different thing, but as of the time that decision is being made, that's the background.
All right, interesting. Thank you. Let's talk about work cultures. How do we create sustainable work cultures?
Culture. Culture is hard because you build culture from the little things. You build culture over time. You really can't. I've seen people do presentations around building culture, but I don't believe culture is something in Yoruba culture, they say if you want to greet an adult, you bow. If you're younger than someone, you give them a title, basically. Now, how is that relevant? Was that basically a law that was made and say, boom, this is how you relate to this guy? No, we grew up. Oh, I saw this person do it. Then I'm watching. So it's the same way. When in an organization, everyone below anyone is looking at the way you do things. They see you go into a meeting tomorrow and you're on your phone. Okay, maybe it's good to be on the phone. They see you go into, it's those little things. Culture is actually one of the things you contribute to in the subconscious a lot compared to any other thing. Processes you can draw on visio. Culture is a conscious effort towards little things to say, okay, as management, we want to do this way. When we go into the meetings, do we want to put our phones on the side so people see us that we do this? So it requires a lot of deliberate effort to make happen. So, yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the pandemic. It's been 2 years, 2022, 2020. Lessons you've taken from the pandemic.
We must be ready to change. There is no one way to achieve any goal. We're glued to the office before now. Yeah. We need to do it from here. If we're not in the office, we're not productive. But then, most of us have found significant productivity from home. Basically, I particularly, working from home has been amazing for me. It's been, I could spend more time with my daughter, I could spend more time with my wife, and at the same time still focus on work. Unlike before, that time is, if I replace the time in traffic in Lagos with the time with family, you could almost double your income. When I used to live in Egbeda, I drive to Marina every day. And I leave the office at 5, get home at 10. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, why am I doing this to myself? You spend 5 hours. So if my hourly rate is, let's say, even if I make 300,000 a month, it means my hourly rate comes down to about, if I'm not mistaken, that's about 800 naira an hour. 800 naira per hour comes down to 5 hours. That's literally 4,000 bucks. If you look at it over a month, you're almost paying your rent. So the question becomes, that time alone, if that guy spent it focusing on what matters, he would produce more for the company. So, yeah.
Okay. So, for you, Mr. Amida, any regrets, any things that you wish you could have done differently?
I wish I could have been a bit more. You make how do you call it? This is a very difficult question to answer because regrets are very hard to acknowledge, more or less. But I think I didn't go through my career with a lot of humility, basically. I wish I could have learned humility earlier in life.
Okay.
To say, I learned it the hard way as I grew up, but I wish I could have been, a bit more. If you ask people that work with me early on in my career and people that work with me much later, you'll see a very different divide in the way it works. Maybe some might still have different opinions, but yeah, that's to be more humble, but at the same time, network more, create more relationships. There are a lot of relationships over the years that are basically allowed to, like, okay, you know what, maybe this person is here or there.
Our time is fast spent, but I cannot but help ask this last question. What difference did you notice in working in Rwanda and working in Nigeria? What was the shocking, should I say, difference? Was there like any?
That's like day and night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Nigeria is like brash. We like to get it done now.
Aggressive, yes.
Rwandese they're not confrontational like us. So when there's conflict, they back down. So you need to be able to manage their position a lot. And I always say, in Rwanda, anger is your last resort a lot of times. You need to basically, is at the very end of the line. Nigeria, we get angry at each other, we understand, we just feel it's work, we move on. But when you get angry with the Rwandese, you might not forget it easily. It's not because, it's just the way we're built. We're built differently.
I think in the entire continent, Nigerians are aggressive.
I think Nigerians are very aggressive, but a lot of other countries also have that aggression. But because we go into the English line when we communicate, people tend to, like in Rwanda, people are not quiet when they are speaking Kinyarwanda. I think Rwandese are very loud when they're speaking Kinyarwanda. But as loud as Nigerians are. But when you go English, because it's not the comfort zone, it's a bit easier to, back down. But when you see Rwandese talk to Rwandese, you're like, okay, are they fighting? Are they not? It's really different.
Did you pick up on the language while you were there?
Well, the only one I know is that Oya in Lagos means let's go.
Oh.
In Rwanda, it means no.
Oh, really?
Yes. So when you say Oya, just know you're telling the person no. Meanwhile, your plan is to say let's do it.
Let's go.
So it's one of the areas I found very. But yeah, I learned a bit of Kinyarwanda here and there, but not very good.
Okay, my director to me. One last question: top business priorities or top priorities leaders, and I think even everyone should look out for in 2022.
I think 2022 will be a very productive year because we've been. It's like it's like a jet engine when it is boosting and it's about to launch. We've been doing this work from home / adjusting to the pandemic for about 2 years now, and it's now time for you to start seeing the benefit of that. People are now getting more and more used to the fact, and now they can produce the best of it. So I think the best things to look out for in 2020 will be huge productivity, if you ask me. I'm not a professor of econometrics that modeled this out, but I can tell you that from what I know about behavioral science and how people tend to produce, this is a time where businesses will start seeing a lot of drive towards new levels. Well, those that are willing to adapt to it anyway. So, but yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Azeez Amida.
Most welcome.
I still have like a lot of questions, but we're out of time.
It's not a problem.
I think I'll ask you behind the scene. Thank you very much for your time. And that's all we can take on 101 today. I hope you have listened and learned as much as I can. So until I see you again next week, my name is Femona Ajekwe.
We do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
You no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Shimori Badejo holds a first degree in mass communications, master's in communications arts, and a PhD in social psychology, specializing in mass mobilization. He cut his professional teeth at the old Lagos State Broadcasting Corporation, where he worked as a reporter and a news anchor. He later worked with the Guardian Group of newspapers as a journalist and writer. In 1991, Shimori joined Magnum Gold Advertising and later moved to two other reputable advertising agencies, working as copywriter and client service manager. He was a pioneer staff of the first financial corporate communications outfit in Nigeria. He established Concrete Communications Limited in 1998, a communications consultancy outfit positioned as communications auditors for corporate organizations and government agencies. It is on record that his professional expertise has sustained a lot of brands introduced into the Nigerian market and are currently leaders in their categories of business. He conceptualized and produced the first MTN-sponsored Yoruba radio program titled Tenin Teni. The program, which ran on 6 popular radio stations in southwest Nigeria for 13 weeks, was nominated for the prestigious Nigeria Media Merit Award under the category of Radio Program of the Year. For many years, he was a part-time lecturer at Wesley University, Ondo, teaching advertising and public relations. He has also been a facilitator in so many fora on communications-related activities. Shimori is a registered member of the Advertising Practitioners Council of Nigeria, APCON, Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, NIPR, and a fellow of the Institute of Information Management, Africa. He is also a Knight of Charles Wesley. Let's welcome Shimori Badejo.
Thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure.
It's very nice to have you here. You know, I've always seen you as a man of many parts. I can't say too many parts because I see you are still acquiring more and more. Not too long ago, you got yourself a PhD in, of all things, psychology.
Yeah.
What led to that?
Well, I have a background in communication, and I practice communication. And basically, I just feel that it's a behavioral science. And for you to be able to understand your audience, you really need to go into reasons why they do some things. And then, so that was why the interest in psychology was developed. And not just psychology as a broad one, but social psychology with special emphasis on mass mobilization. And again, because I lecture, I like impacting knowledge. I like marrying the classroom with practice, theory with practice. So I chose to embark on that so that I can tell my students, this is reality, this is theory. So, and it has helped out.
Now that you're still practicing
as
a lecturer?
Oh, yes. I'm practicing, and then I'm also a public relations consultant.
Let's talk about public relations.
Yes,
now,
good.
How do you marry it? You're a public relations consultant, you're a very strong person in church, you're a lecturer. In today's PR practice,
yes,
a great deal of networking, contacts, and all that, sometimes bordering on almost corruption or the old boys syndrome.
Yeah.
We went to school together, so he's the one we're giving the job to. How are you surviving?
Well, let me first say that we have been lucky to have loyal clients.
All right.
Loyal in the sense that we build relationships.
Good.
We practice what we preach. We don't cut corners. We're not marketing here. But I keep telling people that I think the artistic instinct in me, it comes to play in situations like that when people think I don't need money. You know, I walk away with my integrity and my head screwed straight up than to compromise. So in situations where I find myself compromising, I rather walk away.
Okay.
So a lot of people think this guy does not need money. I say, well, I need money, but I still keep my integrity intact. So it has kept us, you know, it has given us loyal customers, loyal clients. We have built brands from the scratch to what we call competitive stage. Okay. And we are enjoying their patronage. We don't want to be the biggest. We just want to add value.
And be relevant.
And yes, and that's what we've been doing.
Now, you see, there's this thing about one's background and upbringing in character building.
Yes.
How has your background as the son of a reverend gentleman impacted on who you are today?
Well, it's actually the whole thing. Because I grew up in a home where the fear of God was actually implanted on us. Apart from that, my father, my mother, they were teachers. And then we were like living in a barracks, you know, regimented lifestyle. And then again, my father being a lover of music too. So I had no choice than to just pick up, you know, from there. It's so funny that when I tell people that I had no social life growing up as a child, everything was about the church. And even my plays were church. I recall that we lost a cat and I was conducting a mass.
For the cat?
For the cat.
Wow.
Because that was all I knew.
Yes.
You know, until we started having some level of freedom. And then we're going out there to see the other side of life. And our inquisitiveness also took the better part of us to see what's happening there. But that background had always drawn us back into conscience, you know, working on our conscience to always do the right thing. So it's a passion for me to serve God. It's a way of life because that was what I grew up to know.
Okay.
So it's not out of the ordinary, you know, all that I do these days to serve God.
Yeah, but you know, some people may have rebelled against that kind of rigid or regimented background.
Yeah.
You chose to stay.
We tried. I tried.
Oh, you tried too?
I tried, but it didn't work.
Oh.
My father was, God bless his soul, a disciplinarian.
Tell me about it.
I'd received 114 strokes of the cane as an 11-year-old boy. And
114?
Yes, I counted and I didn't steal. All because I was late for prayers, early morning prayers. So I was stuck. He removed all my clothes and I was beaten naked. My mom could not stand it. She had to walk into her room and she was crying. In those days, you know, mothers would not have a say. You know, she would just keep, you know. So, and what happened, I slept off He rang the bell for prayers. I was not there. And they were banging on my door, and I had locked from behind.
Oh, no.
And that was the offense.
You actually invited the beating. Then.
Yes, I knocked from. So it was a banging. Neighbors had to come. In fact, they had to climb the ladder to draw my cover cloth before I could wake up. So while they were doing all of that, my father just went into the nearby bush